Animals are missing, just her. They are offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to her safe return. I feel like this is when you deploy the drones.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't the drones find her?
You would think so, but we know where it is. It's Melbourne. It's going back to find his friends, right?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jeffrey the giraffe,
like from that. He disappeared.
Toys R Us.
All right, we're out of time. Have a great Thursday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A few things we are standing by for here today. I want to let you know what we are waiting for, and then I want to get you caught up on some breaking news as well. But first, let me give you a live look right now at the Collier-Dade Training Airport, just outside the Everglades in a choppy, where we are getting ready to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis, who's going to be joined by the White House border czar at this news conference. And you may recognize the name of that training airport as the site of Alligator Alcatraz, the immigrant detention facility that has been up for what, about a year or so, I guess now at this point, in the Everglades, has faced a lot of pushback for a number of reasons. Some environmental concerns, some concerns about cost, but a lot, and then some concerns just about the facility and its operations, period. But there has been a lot of pushback to this Alligator Alcatraz site over the past year, and now in recent days and weeks, a lot of reports about it closing. We have talked before, in fact, just recently with Liv Caputo from the Florida Phoenix, an immigration reporter, who talked with us about the detainees being transferred out of there. That's from the Department of Homeland Security, saying that those migrants who were being held at the Alligator Alcatraz detention site had been transferred to other facilities across the country. And there have been a number of other reports about phasing out, closing down this Alligator Alcatraz facility, which the governor has addressed in recent days, saying it has always been intended to be a temporary facility. And it's going to be interesting today to hear what we hear about this. Governor Ron DeSantis, again, White House border czar Tom Homan going to be joining him as well, as is Anthony Coker, who is the executive director of the Florida State Board of Immigration Enforcement. So we will see what they have to say. That news conference set to start around 11:15, so we will bring that to you live as soon as it does begin. Let me give you a live look right now at the Supreme Court of the United States as well, where the breaking news this morning, one of the decisions handed down by the Supreme Court allowing the Trump administration to end temporary protected status, that's that TPS, for Haitian and Syrian migrants. That leaves hundreds of thousands across the country vulnerable to potential deportation. This was a 6-3 decision that overturned lower court orders allowing the Department of Homeland Security to end that TPS, which is a program that protects more than 1 million people from 17 different countries. This is something that had been pushed back on. Some previous judges had postponed the end of the program. This affects, this decision right now, about 350,000 Haitians and 6,000 Syrians. So the Supreme Court today allowing the Trump administration to take those steps to end that. Now, DHS has ended temporary protective status for people from 13 countries since Trump returned to the White House in January of 2025. Some of these have been in place for more than a decade. Some of these protections have. This is something that the president has said that they have the authority to do, and has pushed back on those who said they couldn't. And then again, the Supreme Court saying today that in that 6-3 decision that the Trump administration is allowed to do this. And Governor Ron DeSantis actually just posting on social media a couple of minutes ago saying, correct decision, but note that 3 liberal justices ruled that temporary protective status is essentially permanent status. And that has been one of the things that the arguments have been made. This is it's called temporary protected status, and the administration had argued that they do have the authority and the wherewithal to end that when they so desire. And again, this is we should keep in mind there's a large Haitian contingent and diaspora here in the state of Florida, and so something that could be a major impact to a number of them. So those are just a couple of the things that we are tracking this morning, some breaking news, and following up on some other stories as well. We heard let me let you know a couple of other things that we'll get to this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. We heard just a little bit ago from Attorney General James Uthmeier, who held a news conference in Miami, and then is also going to be holding another news conference a little bit later this afternoon in Fort Lauderdale. So the Attorney General busy today. We also heard from Byron Donald speaking on Capitol Hill. If you were with us yesterday, we talked about how President Trump had delayed the bill signing for this bipartisan Housing Affordability Act, and saying that he's not going to do that until Congress passes the Save America Act, which is that bill which would require proof of citizenship checks and that kind of thing in order to be able to vote in federal elections. So Byron Donald spoke at a news conference today on Capitol Hill where they were discussing those things. So that's just some of what we're going to be tracking today here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also standing by for the potential for some storms a little bit later today. We tracked those for a while yesterday with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. Let me give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. It's a pretty start to the day, but we know there is the chance for some of those storms coming up a little bit later. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, any break in the heat and humidity today?
Not really.
Okay, well.
It will be a day probably a degree or two lower than yesterday, but you're probably not going to notice too much of a difference. We'll have some more showers and storms. That's probably going to be one of the bigger takeaways for today. The fact that, yes, it'll still be pretty hot, making it into the mid-90s. We made it to 95 officially yesterday at MCO, so the airport in Orlando. Today we'll make it to 94, so just a degree or two lower. We will see, though, returning high chances of afternoon and evening showers and storms. These will develop here within the next hour or so at the very latest, I would say, with about a 10 and 20% chance to start. That'll take place all the way through about, say, 1, maybe 2 o'clock, so staying pretty isolated, but things will pick up and will peak at around a 60% chance as we head into the afternoon hours. But those temperatures, once again, right around the mid-90s. It's going to feel around, say, 100 to maybe 104 or 105 in some spots. Where it's drier in terms of the rain, we'll have temperatures feeling a little hotter. But even like yesterday at my house, it rained for a couple minutes, the sun came back out, and it just made it really, really gross outside. So that's the kind of setup we're going to be seeing at times today. But those high temperatures will make it to around the upper 80s to low 90s at the coast today in, say, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna. We will have a little bit of a sea breeze effect, helping to bring those temperatures down just a pinch. But we'll make it to 94, as I mentioned, in Orlando and Sanford, down to around 91 in DeLand, 95 in the Villages to Ocala, and also Leesburg for this afternoon. So when it comes to those rain and storm chances, again, it's going to be more so during the afternoon and evening. We expect these showers and storms, but really, if you've got to have any sort of plans on being outside today, or if you've got a couple of things you need to take care of outdoors, or if you're just going to be heading out and about during, say, I would say after lunchtime today, have the rain gear handy, ready to go, just in case you do encounter any of these showers and storms, because they will be quite heavy at times, and we could see even maybe some blinding rain at times. And we will see these again developing by, say, 1, 2 o'clock today. We're going to continue to see them grow more widespread. I also say that the areas we had the highest rainfall amounts and totals, along with the stronger storms, was right along and south of like the beach line. So from Orlando points south, essentially from Kissimmee to St. Cloud to, say, roughly the Melbourne, Palm Bay, Titusville areas, all the way to southern Brevard County, we did have some of those stronger storms, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Today we have probably a slightly lower chance of those, but enough to where it's kind of worth mentioning. We could see some strong wind gusts at times. Heavy rain, obviously, especially those areas have already seen the rain. We'll see more of that, and this has been a trend over the last couple of days. So just make sure if you are encountering some of these showers and storms, maybe you're driving in your car, to never drive through a flooded roadway. I do think it's a possibility we could see some isolated areas of flooding where it rains a lot over a short span of time. These will be kind of redeveloping over top of each other, and it is going to be a little bit of a different setup today. We'll likely over the spine, so the interior sections of Central Florida will have higher chances before things kind of drift towards the coasts, both east and west coast today, and that will be taking place by, say, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Again, lots of lightning, so if you're going to be heading out today to the beaches, the pools, the parks, wherever it might be, remember, if you hear the thunder, that means you're within striking distance of lightning, and it can be very dangerous and deadly. So just make sure you have a way to seek shelter, not only to stay dry, but also to stay safe from the lightning. We'll see these continue all the way through this evening. I mean, we had some thunder boomers last night all the way through. I think it was like 10:30 last night. We'll continue to see kind of that trend today. Hopefully not quite as late and keeping everybody up, but yeah, I would say by roughly midnight, we should be on the drier side. For this weekend, speaking of the drier side, we are going to still be hot. One of the reasons being, though, is because we're actually going to have more opportunity for dry time. A ridge of high pressure is going to continue to try and build in. That is going to allow a couple of things to happen. We'll have a weaker flow, which means it will help to prevent or keep us from seeing as high of chances of showers and storms. So we won't have as much of a direct, say, influence of these showers and storms helping to trigger them. It won't be as strong. So that's why we have a 40% chance Saturday, a 30% chance Sunday. We might even have to tweak those numbers a little bit to be on the lower side. And not to mention some Saharan dust could help to usher in some slightly drier air into upper levels of the atmosphere, and that could help to create us or prevent us from having as many storms on Sunday. So I would say Sunday's gonna be the drier day, but it's also gonna be hotter as a result, so more sunshine possible. When it comes to the tropics, though, I mentioned that Saharan dust that is helping to kind of keep a lid on things and limit our tropical development. So no activities expected over the next 7 days. No complaints from us. We are perfectly content with that, and we still have that plume of Saharan dust working and kind of beelining there towards the Caribbean. And again, it's likely going to make its way towards us in Florida, Central Florida specifically, by this weekend, in probably a more weak fashion at that. But 7-day forecast, staying hot, humid, 96 or high Sunday and Monday. We'll see, again, a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a break from the very intense widespread rain. Still can't completely rule out some showers for Sunday, but 30% chance, we'll take it. And then we'll bump things back up for early middle parts of next week. Not quite as hot as a result of the rain, but 93. I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point. Right. Versus like 94, 95. So it'll still be pretty hot though Sunday, Monday.
Pretty much a copy and paste, it looks like.
Yes, precisely. Yeah, it's sometimes this time of year gets hard to make the forecast as interesting, and it really gets into the nuances of the day-to-day forecast of like, okay, who's going to see the rain today versus yesterday. It's really just small details that can affect it.
I was sitting on the couch last night though and heard some of that thunder. Yes. I was like, wait, what is that? Yeah. Seems a little late, but okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like in and out of sleep, and I heard the thunder, and I was like, it's like, no way, it's like 10 o'clock. Right. So I like happened to look at my phone, half asleep, and I was like, sure enough, it was just a couple miles away. So yeah, not great.
Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And as we go to break here, give you a live look at downtown Orlando. Again, you see some of those clouds there, and keeping an eye on traffic too. Doesn't look too bad right now as we approach midday on this Thursday. We're going to take a quick break right now. We are still waiting for Governor DeSantis' news conference to start. We'll get you to that as soon as it begins. Right now, we are going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, doing some final mic checks, it looks like, right now as we await this news conference coming up any minute now. Governor Ron DeSantis going to be joined by the White House border czar, Tom Homan, and Anthony Coker, who is the executive director of the Florida State Board of Immigration Enforcement. You see the sign there saying Florida leads on immigration enforcement. That is a line that the state has really touted and leaned into since the president took office in January of 2025. You may remember the special session on immigration enforcement that the state held even before the president took office. And, looking at some of these issues, the state has been a big player when it comes to immigration enforcement and in kind of the big picture of things. And it's going to be interesting to see what we hear from this news conference coming up in just a few minutes at the Collier-Dade Training and Transition Airport in Collier County, Ochapi. Right outside the Everglades. This is the site of Alligator Alcatraz, which has faced some criticism and some questions, still some remaining questions about the cost of this and whether the state will be fully reimbursed for what it spent on these efforts. But the response has always been we do expect to be reimbursed on some of those costs, and at the same time also highlighting the importance, the governor highlighting the importance of the work being done there. We do, as I mentioned earlier, know that the Department of Homeland Security says they have transitioned or relocated many of those migrants who were being held at that facility away from that facility. They were citing hurricane concerns for that, but we also note that this facility was first built up during hurricane season last year. So an interesting, a little bit of a different note being taken this year than last year. One other note of this, Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava announcing that her office intends to sell this county-owned airport to the National Park Service and other authorized, this is a quote now I'm reading, and other authorized Everglades restoration partners for permanent conservation following the eventual decommissioning of the immigration detention facility currently operating at that site. That just came out from a news release earlier today from the Miami-Dade Mayor's office saying that they are looking at doing some of that. And so it's going to be interesting to see. I am sure there will be questions about that to ask at this news conference as well, about the future of this, the used for conservation and that kind of thing. When you hear that, one of the groups that has challenged the existence of this Alligator Alcatraz detention site was on environmental grounds, saying we're not sure what this might do to the Everglades, what this might mean for runoff water and things like that, a wide range of impacts. That was not enough to put a hold on the operations or anything when it comes to what was happening there. But that was one of the lines that was being pushed to challenge this Alligator Alcatraz site from the very beginning, even before it had actually been built up and operating. So going to be interesting to see what comes from that. We are following that obviously coming out from the Miami-Dade mayor's office today. I'm going to read just a couple more lines from that news release because she had a statement, the mayor did. From the very beginning, I've raised serious concerns about the Alligator Alcatraz detention facility because people have been held there in inhumane conditions without meaningful due process while occupying land alongside one of the world's most precious natural ecosystems. I just lost my spot there. The page was reloading. I'll try to pull that back up. That statement from the mayor talking about that, but obviously outlining some of her concerns about Alligator Alcatraz and what this might mean. There have been a lot of reports again over the past couple of days, vendors being told to start dismantling it. And so we will see what comes out from this news conference. While we were waiting on that to begin, we will go ahead and take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. If this news conference happens in the meantime, no indication that it will, but if it does, we'll get you to it. And then when we come back from break, we will also get you to a couple of other things that we are tracking this morning. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Still waiting for this news conference to begin at the site of Alligator Alcatraz. We'll get you to that news conference when it begins. Governor DeSantis, White House border czar Tom Homan, and the executive director of the State Board of Immigration Enforcement. Meanwhile, earlier today on Capitol Hill, heard from a number of lawmakers with the House Freedom Caucus holding a news conference where they were responding to and talking about the latest with this housing affordability bill that passed widely with support from a lot of members of both parties in both chambers. And the president was expected to sign yesterday at a ceremony before he ended up abruptly canceling that ceremony and saying not going to do it until the Save America Act is passed. As we have talked about, the Save America Act includes a number of proposals when it comes to elections and that kind of thing, including requiring not immigration, but citizenship verification checks before someone could vote in a federal election. So there are a number of lawmakers who spoke at this news conference today, including Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican from Florida, actually represents the Naples area, and of course is running for governor here as well. He spoke at this news conference. Here's what he had to say just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill.
Senate sucks. I'm just going to come out and say it. They suck. This is not hard. 80% of the American people want the Save America Act to pass. Not 80% of Republicans, 80% of the American people. And the only organization that refused to act is the United States Senate. Everybody else is saying, this is common sense. We should do common sense things. Let's make sure only Americans are voting in our elections. Makes sense, right? Let's protect the franchise of the American people. Let's make sure that people who are sent to Washington are being voted on by Americans. Who the American people choose is up to them, but we have a responsibility to secure that franchise and to secure that process for the American people. And what is happening in the U.S. Senate is laziness, and quite frankly, it's disgusting. What? The Senate Democrats don't want to have voter ID in America. Why? Because they want to maintain their power. Senate Republicans don't want to do the right thing and actually have a true filibuster on the floor and debate the matter on the floor, because it would take them away from their precious meetings that they have to conduct. I'm sorry. They have a responsibility to open up the Senate floor and debate this issue in front of the American people. I agree with Chairman Harris 1,000%. I want to hear what Chuck Schumer has to say on the floor in full debate about why he opposes this measure. I want to hear what Elizabeth Warren has to say about why she would oppose this measure. I want her to tell the people of Massachusetts why she believes that the people of Massachusetts should not have to show a photo ID in order to vote in a federal election in the United States of America. Just the other day, President Obama opened up his presidential library in Chicago. You needed an ID to attend.
Byron Donald speaking earlier today on Capitol Hill. Let's get you live right now as Governor DeSantis is standing there with the White House border czar, Tom Homan. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And creating the temporary facility of Alligator Alcatraz. I want to thank Tom Homan, who's here, White House border czar. Has been a great fighter for restoring America's sovereignty, and we worked very well with him as Florida has really taken the lead on a lot of these issues at the state level. We're also joined by our State Board of Immigration Enforcement Executive Director Anthony Coker, David Gritty, Deputy ICE Field Director, Florida Division of Emergency Management Executive Director Kevin Guthrie, Mark Glass, FDLE Commissioner, and then Prel Gwynn from the Florida Department of Agriculture Law Enforcement Captain. I think many people know when President Trump won the 2024 election, that marked a very critical juncture in the nation's history with respect to whether we would be a country with sovereign borders and the rule of law, or whether we were going to continue to allow millions and millions of people just flood in that we had no idea who they were. And that was a major issue in the election, and there was much work to do to make sure that the voters' mandate was fulfilled. And we knew in the state of Florida that the federal government just didn't have the resources at the outset that they needed to be able to do that job effectively of having, yes, securing the border with U.S. and Mexico, but also having interior enforcement so that folks who've come illegally would be subjected to the rule of law. So in January of 2025, I called a special session of the Florida legislature. We had a little bit of push and pull on that, but we ended up getting the job done to where we were the only state in America that requires cooperation with all state and federal law enforcement agencies in Florida with the Department of Homeland Security. And those 287G agreements that have been done, we have 80% more 287G agreements in Florida than any other state. The next state, we're 80% more. Obviously, you have some that are sanctuary states, so they're doing the opposite of 287G. They're trying to interdict and prevent the enforcement of federal immigration laws. But we understood that this was going to be a team effort. We understood it was going to be important, and that's for a variety of reasons. I mean, one, just to make sure that you're upholding the rule of law. Two, safety. We've seen criminal aliens time and time again offending across the United States, including in Florida, and those are crimes that would not have been able to be committed had the immigration laws been enforced. We also had a responsibility to protect all the taxpayer issues involving schools and health care and the criminal justice system, where illegal immigration obviously imposes a very, very hefty burden all across the United States, but including in the state of Florida. So we have acted and really set the standard. As of today, if you look at all 287G arrests, immigration arrests around the country, 40% of them are Florida. Of the entire country, we have 40% of them. No state has stepped up, not even close, the way Florida has, to be able to get the job done. So this relationship was very strong in the early going, but it took a little bit to get everyone to just get up and running to where we were working seamlessly. So as we were doing that, we would ask DHS, well, how can we be helpful? What specifically? We're on the team. We're going to we have to cooperate. We want to cooperate. What can we do? And there are a number of things, but one of the things was they just didn't have space to be able to house people as they were being processed prior to being deported. And Florida, for whatever reason, had very small number of beds for DHS, and so they asked us to be able to help with that. And so the advent of the facility here at Alligator Alcatraz was, we did not want to see illegal aliens, particularly the ones that were being targeted in these stings that have serious records. We didn't want to be in a situation where they're being released back on the street because there's not sufficient bed space for DHS or bed space in Florida's existing facilities. And so the advent of this was an emergency situation. The reconciliation, they didn't have the funding that they eventually got when they did the reconciliation bill. We wanted to make it so that you would be able to have this be temporary. Hopefully they'd be here a small amount of time as possible, and then you have the runway right back here. Then they can be flied out, presumably to their home countries or staged to be able to make that happen. And it required a lot of logistical know-how, a lot of wherewithal. I think that once the word went down that this was something that DHS wanted to see done, I think it took us, Kevin Guthrie could tell me, I think it took us like less than 2 weeks, 10 days to be able to be ready to go. And that was something that's not easy. So as of now, this facility, having this, has led to almost 21,000 deportations, and those would be people, by and large, who would have been released back into society in Florida had this space not been there. Now, who are some of these people? I've got a list of a lot of people here, massive rap sheets. Elias Juarez, sexual battery of minor niece, previously deported and subject to an ICE removal order. Felix Ramon Nieves Mejias from Venezuela in Kissimmee, arrested by Florida Highway Patrol. Interpol red notice for aggravated homicide in Brazil. Suspected Tren de Aragua member identified as national security threat. Kendrick Smillian from the Bahamas, Pompano Beach, picked up by Highway Patrol. Kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, drug trafficking. Pablo Gomez from Cuba, FHP, criminal history including second-degree homicide, kidnapping, armed robbery, armed home invasion, burglary, fraud, grand theft. Macleny Desmolet from Haiti, wanted by Brazilian authorities for rape, subject of an Interpol red notice. Orlando Dupiran, Orlando, Florida, picked up by Highway Patrol. 116 felony convictions, including drug distribution, assault with a deadly weapon, organized fraud, and Medicaid fraud. Sosa Ramos, DUI, domestic violence battery, driving offenses. We have Ariel Bueno Valdez, Pensacola, picked up, convicted of sexual battery of 5-year-old child and designated a Florida sexual predator. You have sexual predator from Vietnam. You have armed sexual battery, burglary, child sex offenses from Cristino Linares Rivera. You have folks charged with more than 200 grams of fentanyl trafficking, like Luchin Daly from Jamaica. From El Salvador, you have a fellow wanted on warrants for sexual battery and drug trafficking. Twice deported, MS-13 gang member. On and on it goes. The rap sheet is really incredible about what's come through here in this facility. And how could it be that you'd want to have those people released back onto the street? No, that's not the way we roll. So I have no doubt that when you start talking about 21,000 folks, that is, without question, has made our state safer, and it's made the country safer as well. Now, we've also done more, probably about 30-some thousand overall in terms of detention and staging, where DHS would then pick up for removal from the country, because we also have the deportation depot up in Baker County. So that was probably, I think that's almost 10,000 that have gone through there. And that's also been very effective as well. So we're proud to be able to be in this fight. But at the same time, you know, I said from the beginning that this was a emergency solution that would be temporary, that once DHS had the wherewithal to be able to handle these illegal aliens, particularly the criminal illegal aliens, that they would be able to do so, and we would still help. We'll still do the 287G. We're still going to be participating in that. But in terms of us managing this facility, to the minute that that's no longer needed, then we obviously would break down the facility. And so Alligator Alcatraz fulfilled the role that it was designed to serve. Today it now has 0 detainees. It has helped remove many, many dangerous people from the street and get them out of not only the state of Florida, but the United States of America. The detainees that were here are still in federal custody. The demobilization efforts here at this facility are underway. We stood this up. We surged critical resources. We built critical infrastructure. We were able to manage very complex operations, and we were able to efficiently execute the mission when called upon. There's no question that this mission has made the state of Florida safer. There's no question that releasing some of these folks would have been represented a clear and present danger to the well-being of Floridians up and down the Florida Peninsula. Our efforts to support this important mission of immigration enforcement continues. Our 287G agreements are still in effect. Our Baker County facility is still in operation, and the mission continues. But DHS is in a better footing. DHS has more capacity to be able to handle these folks. And I always said, you know, we're only doing this because it's necessary. The minute that they have the capacity to handle these folks and not release them on the street, we're going to be supporting those efforts. And so we've arrived at that point, and I'm proud of everybody who worked very hard to help keep the state of Florida safe, to stand up for the rule of law and American sovereignty, and ultimately this saved lives. I have no doubt that this saved lives. All right, we're going to hear from Tom Homan, and we're going to hear from Director Coker. Tom?
All right, first of all, I want to thank Governor DeSantis, state of Florida, for the cooperation and partnership. He's right. When the President of the United States, Donald Trump, came in office, he declared a national emergency. Governor DeSantis was on the phone with me within days, understanding the President declared a national emergency. How can I help? We had many discussions, and he did. He stepped up in the time of need, and he continues to step up. Today doesn't end the cooperation. He told you a few minutes ago, his 287G numbers are beyond any other state in the country, by far. Which means what? That means more criminal aliens are off the street in your neighborhoods in the state of Florida, making Florida safer, making this country safer. You know, President Trump came in office. Why did he declare a national emergency? Let's be clear where we were at and why the Governor DeSantis stepped up. Millions of illegal aliens were released in the United States, in my opinion, illegally, by the last administration. They say they were vetted, but then we find out they weren't properly vetted. We don't have access to many criminal databases in other countries. Matter of fact, many of these countries don't have an NCIC. So to say they're properly vetted means they're vetted against our databases. But we didn't have their criminal history in other states. Millions of illegal aliens released on the streets without proper vetting. National security threats under Trump 45, we had 14 apprehended on the southern border. Under Joe Biden, over 400. Sex trafficking women and children were sky high. We know we had 2.1 million known gotaways. Why did 2.1 million people pay more to get away? Why didn't they take advantage of the Biden policies? Come in, turn yourself into Border Patrol, get released within 24 hours, get a free airplane to the city of your choice, get a free hotel room, get free medical care, get 3 meals a day, get work authorization within a few months, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2.1 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway? Because they didn't want to be fingerprinted. They didn't want to be vetted. These are your criminals. These are the people who are trafficking women and children. And these are people from terror-sponsored countries. So President Trump did the right thing, declared a national emergency for the safety and security of this nation. And Governor DeSantis was one of the first governors to step up, him and Governor Abbott. Stepped up, Governor Abbott stepped up 4 years in the Biden administration trying to secure the border best he could. He did a damn good job. So that's why there's a national emergency. And where is President Trump's administration is right now? Within 7 to 8 weeks, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the data proves it. The most secure border in the history of this nation was achieved under President Trump. Record numbers of arrests and deportations. Look at the numbers this morning. Over 1 million departures since he's been in the Oval Office. There's no president that's done that. And for those in the media keep saying that, we're not keeping to our promise of, looking for criminals, then you're looking at the wrong data. The data I see every day is 60 to 70% of everybody we arrest is a criminal or pending criminal charges. What does that mean? That means this country is safer every day because of the leadership of President Trump. Now, a lot of people question, well, we should be arresting everybody. Well, we are. But I would rather have 60% criminal than 40% criminal. The targeting of public safety threats and national security threats are the priority of the president, and we're achieving that. Well, let's talk about the difference in the state of Florida and what Governor DeSantis has done here with the 287G program. 50 states in this nation, Governor DeSantis accounts for 40% of all 287G arrests. Let's talk about the partnership that we have with every single sheriff in the state of Florida. What does that mean? That means an illegal alien that's been locked in a jail cell, apparently because he's a public safety threat or a flight risk or some other reason, isn't walking out of that jail back in the streets of Florida. So what does that mean? That means less agents in the neighborhoods looking for that criminal, which means the communities are safer. Let's compare like the state of New York, who just signed legislation that we lost cooperation, we lost all the 287G programs, lost cooperation in the jails. And I'll tell you the same thing I told the governor of New York. If you lock us out of the jail so one agent can't arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of a jail, which is safer for the community, safer for the officer, safer for the alien, that's going to force us into the street to find the bad guy. And when we find them, many times are with others. Others are in the country illegally, but it may not be a public safety threat. Well, they're coming too, because we're going to force immigration law. That's what American people wanted when they voted for President Trump. So when you become a sanctuary state and do the complete opposite what the state of Florida does, there's going to be more collateral arrests, there's going to be more agents in your neighborhood, and your community is going to be unsafe. It doesn't make sense to me for any public safety threat illegal alien to be released back into the community to reoffend. We hope more governors follow the lead of Governor DeSantis. President Trump achieved the most secure border in the history of this nation. He has record numbers of arrests and deportations, majority of them criminals, which means this country is safer every day. President Trump's leadership I've located 147,000 children that were smuggled under the last administration, they lost track of and weren't even looking for. I'm sick and tired of reading in the media how inhumane the Trump administration is. 147,000 children. And we got many more to look for. There's almost 300,000 children unaccounted for. President Trump made a commitment to the American people. I make that same commitment. We're not going to give up until we find every single one of them. We know that some have already died, some from natural causes, some from violence. We know that some that we found and rescued were victims of sex trafficking. We know that some were in forced labor. It's President Trump and his leadership that are rescuing these children. People say this administration is inhumane. Let me tell you something. Illegal immigration right now is down 97% on the border. What does that mean? That means less women are being sexually assaulted making that journey. That means less children are dying making that journey. That means less fentanyl is getting in the country to kill Americans. That means less national security threats are being led in this country. This border is locked down at the highest level ever. And that is why I say, and I am proud to say, President Trump's the greatest president in my lifetime. And the data proves it. No one's done it better. What President Trump is doing every day is saving thousands of lives by securing that border. And we're going to keep our commitment. Look, Governor DeSantis did a good job, and he's going to continue doing what he's doing to help us make this country safe again. This isn't an end of relationship. This is a continuation. We'll continue to go out, we'll continue to enforce immigration laws. We'll continue to prioritize public safety threats first. We'll make it clear. If you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. And for those people who say, well, why don't you just arrest criminals? Why do you arrest others that may have been here, 8 or 9 years? If that's the message you want to send to the whole world, enter this country illegally, it's a crime, don't worry about it. Get order removed by an immigration judge, you don't have to leave, don't worry about it. As long as you don't commit another crime, no one's looking for you. If that's the message you want to send to the whole world, we're never going to fix this problem. Which means the most vulnerable people in the world will make that dangerous journey, give their life savings to the cartels to come to this country at great risk and great peril. Secure borders is the most humane thing you can do. And that's why we're going to keep enforcing the law. That's why we're going to keep having a record number of arrests and deportations. This is the American people voted for, and that's what we're going to continue to do. And I thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership and his partnership with the Trump administration. Him, Governor Abbott, a lot of the governors in these red states, they're leading by example. They care about the communities. They believe law enforcement should work for law enforcement. I look forward to our continued partnership and the success of this administration with the help of the great governors in this country. Go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Border Czar Homan. Pleasure to be here today. My name is Anthony Coker. I'm the Director of Immigration Enforcement for the great state of Florida. Honored to be here today to share the stage with some of the greatest men I've ever had the privilege to work with. The dedication of Governor DeSantis and Border Czar Homan to the safety and security of our country and our state is bar none. In the past 7.5 years, Governor DeSantis has transformed the state of Florida to be a conservative stronghold focused on bringing back the American dream for Florida families and ensuring the safety, security, and affordability continue to be integral focus of his administration. Our Border Czar Tom Homan is the definition of a man who has selflessly served this country for the past 30 years. I've had the pleasure of hearing Tom speak a couple times, and I understand that if it wasn't for his love of and commitment to our country and his trust and belief in the leadership of President Donald Trump, he'd be happily retired. So to Governor DeSantis, Border Czar Homan, and to everyone else here to support FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, Florida Division of Mercy Management Director Kevin Guthrie, Director Kerner, ICE, our ICE partners, our Border Patrol partners. This is an all-team effort, and we appreciate everyone's assistance. Today we are here to highlight Florida's leadership in supporting the Immigration and Customs Enforcement public safety mission through our partnership with Department of Homeland Security. Under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida has taken decisive action to assist in the enforcement of immigration laws, including the expansion of the 287G agreements that strengthen cooperation between state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies. These partnerships have provided law enforcement with additional tools to identify and arrest individuals who are in the country unlawfully and who have been arrested for serious criminal offenses. Through these efforts, dangerous offenders, who Governor DeSantis spoke about today, that did pose a serious threat to communities, have been identified and removed from our streets, then again making Florida a safer place to live, work, and raise a family. Florida has also stepped up to provide additional detention capacity through the Alligator Alcatraz facility, supporting federal immigration operations during periods of increased enforcement activity. Facilities like this play an important role by ensuring that individuals awaiting immigration proceedings can be securely and humanely housed while going through removal proceedings. As Governor DeSantis has said, Alligator Alcatraz today has 0 detainees, which means mission success for Florida. None of this would have been possible without the strong leadership and a commitment to enforcing the law. President Donald Trump made border security and immigration enforcement a national priority, and Governor DeSantis ensured that Florida would be the strongest state partner in those efforts. Together, they demonstrated that when federal and state governments work in cooperation and coordination, they can enhance public safety, strengthen the rule of law, and deliver results for the American people. Florida's message is simple. We will continue to support policies that prioritize the safety of our communities, uphold the law, and protect the citizens of our state. We are proud of the work that has been accomplished and will remain committed to doing our part to keep Florida safe. Thank you, and God bless.
All right. Well, we're thankful for everyone that worked hard over this. The numbers that was achieved is there's no other state that was able to do that, and I know it's not easy, and there was a lot of great effort on it. So we're going to continue the partnership. We understand the mission continues. We're still doing the Baker County facility, and we're also in discussions about how else we could be helpful, maybe using some of our existing corrections footprint, and who knows what'll end up happening on all that. But this made a difference. No doubt it saved lives, and it's helping to fulfill the mission. So okay, we'll have some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Governor.
We have gotten a tranche. We will get it. I mean, I was there with Tom and the president, and the president said, get Florida their money. And Tom's going to make sure. Part of it, I think, is just bureaucracy. We actually just got a FEMA reimbursement either this week or last. Not for this. We had already gotten a tranche for this. But we got a FEMA reimbursement for COVID. In 2026, we got a FEMA reimbursement. So, it's the reality is how they do that. But the president came, he committed to support the effort with that, and he's been very supportive of everything. So that'll happen. They obviously have more money now than they did 9 months ago. I know they have new leadership at the agency, which I think the current secretary is interested in fulfilling these obligations, not just to Florida, but to a variety of states. So you will see that. And that will be reimbursed. But here's the deal. 21,000 people, with some of the rap sheets that I said, had this facility not existed, there would not have been a place to put these people. While they were waiting deportation, they would have been put back on the street. That would have harmed Floridians. I've met angel moms. I've met a lot of angel moms, and the number of them that I've met have lost a loved one at the hands of an illegal alien that had already been deported and came back, or was out pending some type of charges, or should have been deported, is a very, very high percentage of them. And you can't put a price tag on that. So, yes, we did it. The agreement was reimbursed. We will get reimbursed. But, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to not want to keep our people safe. That would not be a decision that I would ever make. We've got to do what it takes to keep people safe, and there's no question that people are safer as a result of that. We prevented preventable crimes, and that's all the people have always been asking, is just enforce the law. And I don't want to be in a situation where someone gets killed because somebody who was here shouldn't have even been in the country. That's a failure of government. And President Trump had a big mess to deal with, and they've made great progress, but it can't be done without state support. So we're stepping up and we're getting the job done. They've gotten some of it. There's always money coming back and forth. There's a lot more to go, and they'll get it. They'll get it. When we do hurricanes, if we so we started this facility in the summer of last year, I think July or August. If we had a hurricane then, we would have done things subject to FEMA reimbursement. The chance of us getting all the FEMA reimbursement would be zero for a hurricane. I mean, it's just the way they operate. But I know that Tom is going to help grease the skids on some of that. Like, the good thing about Florida is we've got a big budget surplus. We've got a maxed out rainy day fund. I'm going to sign a budget here in the next few days that's going to represent the 4th straight year of reducing state spending. How many other states can say that you're actually reducing spending? And that's not just adjusted for inflation. That's nominal dollars that are going down. So we've got a lot of resources to work with. We obviously have fund for disaster response, but even just the general surplus revenues in both General Revenue Trust Fund is strong, and it has been very strong throughout pretty much my entire tenure, as governor, certainly in the last 5 or 6 years. So we're in great spot, and we will get reimbursed, but it's not like if we don't get reimbursed everything next week that somehow the state is going to suffer fiscally. We won't. I mean, we have going what we need, and so it'll happen in due time. So on the second part, I would say that possibility would be negligible. This was an emergency situation. DHS did not have resources. The funding they got last summer had not passed yet. And they were in a situation where they could not keep these people. They didn't know what to do with them. They didn't have the space. So we did this partially because we wanted access to airport so that once they were here, they were going. Nobody escaped from Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, this is a secure facility. So they were able to be flown out of here, and the flights were regular and the flights were routine, and they got into a good thing. But it served its purpose for the time. Now that they have resources, it is the federal government's responsibility to be able to process these folks, right? We stepped up because there was a gap, but my hope is that they'll be able to handle that. Now, we still have the Baker facility. That's a little bit different than this one, and there could be other existing facilities we have. Maybe we have some space in one of our correctional institutes where they could come in. It won't be done through FEMA reimbursements because they have money now, so it'll be handled a little bit different in that direction. But I don't think you would see us doing this again. This was temporary. This was an emergency measure, and we thought that it would be 6 to 12 months, and that's what ended up happening. Yeah.
Hey, look, let's not, you're talking about the reimbursements. Let's remember, let's not forget, the Democrats shut down DHS for months, which slowed the progress in everything. So let's keep that in mind. I mean, Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins doing a great job. He's moving things along. But let's remember what happened. The Democrats shut down the Department of Homeland Security for months. So things fell behind. But we're back on mark.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you're talking about a matter of days to weeks, probably 7 to 14 days, most likely. Yeah, so it's quick. Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. They are maintaining custody of these folks. They have an ability to stage them and process them. They did not have that ability when this facility was opened last summer. So that's a good thing that they have better resources. It's a good thing that they've had to move the ball forward in that regard. I think it was just you're obviously moving people here, and we never, the way it worked is when FHP, FDLE, any of our agencies or locals or DHS on their own has apprehended people here illegally, the decision to send them here was the DHS's decision. So if DHS sent 1,000 yesterday, we obviously would have processed that and handled it. But the fact that they're not needing to send them here is that. So I think it's a combination of, it makes a good point to kind of make the transition, given that we're in a situation where you could have to do evacuations. And we planned for that. I remember when we opened it, people said, what if there's a... We planned for that. Kevin planned for that. We had multiple contingency plans in place. It was not ideal given that. But, you know, the reality is almost any place you put something in Florida, there could be a hurricane risk. So it's not like you can just say that means you can't do it. So that was always something that was a concern. It was something that we mitigated. It's something that we would have been able to respond to had we had a storm last year. But look, if they have the ability to handle these folks, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense. I haven't heard anybody in the administration tell us their plan is to start releasing criminal aliens. That's not their policy, and that's not what they're going to do. What happens to it? I mean, you know, this has been doing training missions and training flights, and they'll be continuing to do that. I mean, this was an existing facility. When we announced this, it was some people were trying to say that we were building, you know, some new facility in the middle of the Everglades. No, this has been here. This does training flights. It's not the most busy airport in the state of Florida by any stretch, but it has been used for that. It's continued to be used for that, and it will continue to be used for that, you know, in the future if that's the desire that people have. I don't know. I mean, I think that, you know, Kevin can tell you about kind of how the sovereignty is going to work out. You know, I will say, because we've done a lot of course, on Everglades restoration. I mean, I've done billions and billions of dollars. You know, we built the C-43 reservoir, C-44. We did stormwater treatment for the EAA reservoir. We've now assumed federal projects with the Southern Reservoir, and we're doing those with federal funding. And then the federal government's working on the main EAA reservoir. And it's been a massive success story, probably the most significant environmental success that the state of Florida has ever had. We did things that people didn't think would be possible to do, particularly on this timeline. And that Southern Reservoir now, EAA reservoir, is scheduled to be completed in 2019. That's 5 years earlier than the projection under the Biden administration. And part of that was because of the president, his support. Part of it is Florida stepping up to handle these projects. So we've really left you know, no stone unturned about how can we move the ball forward on Everglades restoration. So in the process of this over the last 6 or 7 years, there were discussions about if this strip, if you just took everything out, would that meaningfully aid Everglades restoration? And I think the view was that it really wouldn't make a huge impact. It would be costly. So I'm not sure that that's something certainly our administration is going to push. It was fine the way it was. You know, we had to spend money on making sure that this area was self-contained. And so they'll say, oh, they spent money on sanitation. How do you spend? Well, it's because it was all self-contained. So they're hauling waste every day. They were not allowing runoff into the local environment. They did a really good job of keeping this contained so that it didn't have, you know, that impact on the surrounding environment, especially given what we've done to support Everglades restoration. And when this was proposed as a possible short-term solution, that was clearly one of my questions. I was like, well, what's that going to mean? And they were saying, no, here's how we do, here's how we contain. And they did. It did cost money to do that. But to me, I think that was an appropriate use of resources. I mean, I would much rather contain it, have to pay to do that, than to see runoff going in different areas. And so that'll be, you know, there'll be other people than me that'll ultimately make decisions on that. But I can tell you, if I thought somehow uprooting all this concrete would be the key to, you know, really good Everglades restoration, I would support that. That's not really been, I think, the view of a lot of people that have looked at it.
I can't hear you, sir.
The TPS decision that the U.S. Supreme Court, just 6-3, about they can allow, so the president has the constitutional authority to make it temporary and not permanent.
It's the right call. You know, I've been doing this since 1984. TPS has never been temporary. That's why the whole statute exists. Temporarily give people protection while the country's in turmoil or after they suffer a hurricane. But the problem is, no administration have had the guts to actually follow that statute. President Trump has the guts to follow the law. So temporary means temporary. When the condition of that country gets better, they need to go home. There are millions of people standing in line want to be part of the greatest nation on earth. And that goes back to my early point. People say, why do you arrest them if they're not criminals under 10 years? Because they cheated the system. They may have been in 10 years, so let's remember, when you enter the country illegally, it's a crime, and they're doing that, putting themselves in front of the line while millions of people are taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. So temporary means temporary, and I'm grateful for that decision. That's going to be a question for ICE. I mean, this just happened, so I'm sure they're developing plans along with Secretary Mullen how to implement that. But again, a great decision. Temporary should mean temporary. That's the way the law is written. I'm glad that the Supreme Court recognized that.
Yeah, and I think Tom talked about the mandate to fix this problem after the 4 years of Biden. And no, look, the reality is I know we're very polarized politically, but, after that election, there were a lot of people on the Democrat side that acknowledged you can't just have an open border, and that was not the right policy, and it did hurt politically because voters did not want to see that, what we were seeing. So it was a major issue that needed to be tackled. So the president came in. I know Tom was very instrumental in a series of executive orders. There were policy directives issued to DHS about how to conduct both border operations and interior enforcement. And what you have is the response to that is a lot of lawfare, where activist groups will go sue in front of a liberal judge. The liberal judge will say, like they just ruled, the liberal judge just ruled, you can't enforce immigration law, in or around courthouses, which just makes no sense. I mean, that is not what the law says, certainly not what the Constitution commands, but I'm issuing a nationwide injunction. You can't do this. So those court cases and those judicial rulings are not ultimately going to be validated by the U.S. Supreme Court, as we saw with today's TPS ruling, but it's to throw sand in the gears of the immigration enforcement to make it so that it's much more difficult to just do what the law commands us to do. It's a very curious element of American policy and law that the law on the books with regards to legal and illegal immigration is much different than what actually happens in this society, particularly over the last 20, 30 years with respect to legal and illegal immigration. And president's trying to say, okay, the law on the books is really what governs. It's not to develop things contrary to law that have no legal sanction. The problem is, you have a lot of judges that are trying to, create some tripwires there and make it more difficult. The bottom line is a district judge sitting in San Francisco can't enjoin enforcement across the entire country. And I know the U.S. Supreme Court has dialed back that supposed authority, but they still find ways to try to stymie the efforts. So you have this case that goes to the Supreme Court that was released today, 6-3. Temporary protective status. Something happens in a country, maybe a natural disaster, people could come, get temporary protective status, things get stabilized, they go back. I mean, that's the intent of it, and yet it's turned into, once you get TPS, that's just indefinite. It's kind of an end run around the normal immigration system, and first of all, I don't think that's good policy. Second of all, that's not what the actual law says. But third of all, if you have something that's temporary, president can grant temporary status, and then you're saying the president can't stop the temporary, put a date on it to make sure it's temporary? I mean, it'd be crazy to have ruled any other way. And I know 3 of the liberal judges would have ruled the other way, but that was a no-brainer in terms of immigration policy and immigration enforcement. And then you're going to see this case on the courthouses. That's going to end up going up to the Supreme Court, and it's going to have a similar result. There's nothing in the law or Constitution that says that's somehow like a no-go zone for immigration enforcement. It's the most sensible place to do that in many respects. And the judge said, well, if you enforce the law there, then they won't attend their immigration hearings. And it's just like, what? I mean, what? First of all, it's not the law. So why are you doing that? So I think the 6-3 decision today was correct as a matter of law. I think it's the right policy as well. And I also think you're going to see more of these cases that are going to end up going to the Supreme Court. A lot of these folks, the very partisan judges, I mean, they're basically surmising if they can just slow things down, you're going to have 4 years with President Trump in office. If they can just drag feet, and get to January 2029, and then they get somebody that's more akin to their policies, then the floodgates will open back again. And I think that's the game that's being played here. And it's not the way the Constitution was designed, and it's not the way courts are supposed to operate, but they continue to do it, and they continue to overstep their authority. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
At the news conference at the site of Alligator Alcatraz coming to an end, Governor Ron DeSantis, Anthony Coker, the director of the State Board of Immigration Enforcement, and White House border czar Tom Homan speaking and taking some questions there, talking about the TPS decision at the end that we talked about earlier today here on Fox 35 News Plus, but saying the mission continues for Florida's crackdown on immigration enforcement, leading the way in many ways, as the governor and the border czar outlined when it comes to other states. 21,000 deportations that they said that Alligator Alcatraz facility facilitated in the less than a year that it was open there. But again, Governor DeSantis saying the mission continues. Tom Homan calling on other governors to step up and lead the way Governor DeSantis has. We should point out that the detention facility known as the Deportation Depot in North Florida, Baker County, that is still open and operating right now. Essentially, they say that the need has been met for that Alligator Alcatraz facility and it's no longer necessary. But the governor said he believes having that saved lives. As for the reimbursement question, you heard him talk about that. He was asked about it. Says it's a process that takes time. They do expect to be fully reimbursed still, just unclear when that might be. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have more to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We heard earlier today from Attorney General James Uthmeier holding a news conference down in Miami, where he was joined by the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and HHS OIG as well. That's the Office of the Inspector General for the Health and Human Services regional office there. They announced $27 million seized in a massive healthcare fraud sting. This is something that has been a priority at the federal level, and we're also seeing the state get involved with some of these, cracking down on healthcare fraud, and obviously a big operation here at the state level that the Attorney General and other officials outlined just a little bit ago.
Good morning, everyone. Today we're announcing the Southern District of Florida's results as part of the largest healthcare fraud takedown in American history. Nationwide, the Department of Justice charged 455 defendants responsible for more than $6.5 billion in fraud. Here in South Florida, we've charged 12 defendants involved in schemes targeting Medicare, Medicaid, private insurers, and other federal benefit programs. This historic operation reflects the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, and the Department of Justice in making fraud against the American taxpayer a top priority. It also reflects our strong partnership with Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier and the Florida Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Healthcare fraud is not a victimless crime. Every fraudulent Medicare claim is money stolen from American seniors. Every dollar stolen is dollars taxpayers worked very hard for. For years, the federal government largely operated on a pay and chase model. Fraudsters billed Medicare, collected taxpayer dollars, and investigators tried to recoup the money later. That model has failed taxpayers. The operation and results announced this week show how we've moved from a detect and prevent strategy using advanced data analytics to identify suspicious billing before taxpayer dollars ever leave the Treasury. That measure of success is no longer how much fraud we prosecute after the fact. It's how much fraud we stop before a single taxpayer dollar is lost. Our objective is straightforward: stop the fraud, seize the proceeds, prosecute those responsible. We're indicting the fraudsters, we're identifying the criminal networks responsible, and just as importantly, we're taking back the money. Today, we're announcing the seizure of more than $27 million connected to fraudulent wound care clinics right here in South Florida. When we find the proceeds of fraud, we're seizing the bank accounts, the luxury cars, the jewelry, and the homes purchased with the stolen taxpayer dollars. Now, let me briefly walk you through today's cases. Here we have a cardiologist allegedly submitted $89 million in fraud claims for cardiovascular testing performed on student athletes, signing off on test results in seconds without meaningful review, even after being informed that one student later died from sudden cardiac arrest. This is very clear. This is not a victimless crime. You can see these fraud this particular testing site is affecting all over the country. And so we asked our citizens, our fellow Americans, we asked them to report any fraudulent testing sites they see to HHS. You can go to tips.hhs.gov. Here we have a convicted felon allegedly impersonating a deceased Miami doctor to fraudulently certify disability exemptions that allowed applicants to attain U.S. citizenship without completing required English and civics testing. Here again, we see crimes frequently intersect with other criminality. Allografts. This chart shows over the last 4 years, Medicare claims have shot up dramatically. As you can see here from 2020, 2021, less than $1 billion. And then we shoot up to 2025, $14.4 billion in claims for allografts. But what you see next is 2026, 6 months into the year, and we're not even at $0.1 billion. This is because we've changed the way we're doing business here in the federal government. This is under President Trump's leadership of detect and prevent, and we're seeing the numbers being dramatically brought down. So here we have a healthcare consultant allegedly set up at least 11 fraudulent clinics that billed Medicare $117 million for wound care that was never provided. As you can see in this chart, these cases also show that the Department of Justice is working with our international partners so that we can hold these fraudsters accountable. We have a Miami businessman allegedly helped operate a sham durable medical equipment company is responsible for $3.76 billion in fraudulent claims and wired millions of dollars of fraud proceeds overseas. A Georgian national allegedly laundered proceeds from another international Medicare fraud scheme involving more than $1 billion in fraudulent billing. 3 defendants paid kickbacks to Medicaid beneficiaries and falsified attendance records at a Miami mental health clinic. A medical billing consultant allegedly submitted $58 million in fraudulent claims for medically unnecessary braces. Another billing company owner allegedly taught durable medical equipment companies how to avoid Medicare scrutiny while submitting more than $64 million in false claims. And I have a few more cases to cover. A call center owner allegedly generated $62 million in medically unnecessary genetic testing claims through deceptive telemarketing and kickback schemes. Another therapist allegedly directed patients to sign records for treatments that they never received. Finally, as part as this week's takedown, the Southern District of Florida has seized over $27 million. What the public sees here is different schemes, but the same objective: to exploit our healthcare system and steal from American taxpayers. South Florida has long been the nation's leading target for healthcare fraud, but we are also home to some of the finest prosecutors, investigators, analysts, and agents anywhere in the country. I want to thank the prosecutors in our office, the department's healthcare fraud unit, the Florida Strike Force, the FBI, HSOIG, Homeland Security Investigations, USCIS, the Florida Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, IRS Criminal Investigation, DEA, the Office of Personnel Management, Inspector General, and all of our law enforcement partners who made today's work possible. I would now like to introduce one of those outstanding partners, FBI Miami Special Agent in Charge, Brett Skiles, whose agents played a critical role in these investigations.
Morning. So first I'd like to thank our U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Jason Reddick-Quinones, for bringing us all together to highlight the pervasiveness and impact that healthcare fraud in South Florida has, and to recognize the 2 recent high-profile cases of our healthcare fraud program. Healthcare fraud is more than a financial crime. Every dollar stolen through healthcare fraud is a dollar derived from patient care, medical services, and programs that millions of Americans depend upon. And the impact is felt not only in government-funded healthcare programs, but throughout the entire healthcare system. And certain factors such as a large elderly population and numerous healthcare providers and systems offer a target-rich environment for criminals to commit healthcare fraud in South Florida. For instance, in 2025, Florida was the first state in the U.S. with $10.3 billion with a B dollars billed to Medicare by durable medical equipment suppliers, almost twice as much as the next state. Analysts, investigators, and Medicare estimate that anywhere from 3 to 10% of that billing is fraudulent, meaning Florida's 2025 Medicare fraud estimates would range anywhere from over $300 million to $1 billion. Simply put, South Florida offers fraudsters an environment to exploit some of our most vulnerable populations, to include senior citizens, for financial gain. And over the years, FBI Miami and our partners have identified numerous healthcare fraud schemes ranging from durable medical equipment, telehealth, lab testing, treatment center, and education-based schemes. And there's always a commonality. Fraudsters are motivated by money. They exploit patients and deceive healthcare providers and programs at the expense of taxpayers, vulnerable individuals, and the integrity of our healthcare system. To combat these efforts, in 2007, FBI Miami, along with DOJ, formed the first healthcare fraud strike force, paving the way for a model that's been replicated in other strike force cities. The strike force is a force multiplier, establishing a collaborative effort for the FBI in Miami to collaborate not only with our partners but on significant healthcare fraud investigations with partners such as SDFL, DOJ, HHS, DEA, and the VA, as well as state and local partners. So since its inception, the strike force contributions and impact on FBI investigations have been invaluable. And a perfect example is Operation Nightingale. The investigation uncovered a scheme to issue fake diplomas so students could obtain licenses and employment in the nursing field. Over 15,000 fake nursing diplomas were issued by 17 licensing nursing schools as well as underground schools for approximately $250 million in kickbacks. In June of 2026, after 2 weeks of trial, Carlene Norias pled guilty to 2 counts of conspiracy of wire fraud and money laundering for selling 2,600 fake nursing degrees over a 5-year period in Broward and Palm Beach counties, totaling $25 million in kickbacks. Norris's actions resulted in numerous instances of improper patient care, including a patient who died in a St. Louis hospital in 2023. Norris became the 43rd subject to be charged and ultimately convicted, in addition to $89 million in forfeiture money judgments and the recovery of $14 million in seizures. So to date, in 2026, FBI Miami's healthcare fraud investigations have resulted in the significant outcomes. $973 million in restitution ordered, $25.7 million in assets seized, 36 convictions, 68 sentencings totaling over 278 years, 16 indictments and 13 arrests. And in particular, I want to highlight 2 investigations for you this morning. The first, as was briefly mentioned by the U.S. Attorney, is on June 16th, Dr. Jason Finkelstein was indicted in the Southern District of Florida and arrested in Texas on June 18th for his role as a medical director of Capo Health, a private cardiovascular testing company in Boca Raton. The FBI received information alleging the owner, Mitchell Rubin, sonographers, and Finkelstein were knowingly conducting fraudulent testing on students. The company allegedly would bill private insurance companies for the testing without correct diagnosis on proper medical review for the testing. And from 2019 to 2025, Finkelstein was a provider and billed numerous plans, including the Veterans Affairs, Federal Employee Plan, and Medicaid for $89 million. He was paid over $13 million for fraudulent testing. The second case is a joint FBI investigation with our Department of Health and Human Services, OIG, and Office of Personnel Management partners. and the Sunshine Senior Solutions owner, Ibrahim Hilmi. The investigation revealed Medicare beneficiaries were billed for services, specifically unnecessary urinary catheters, glucose.
$27 million seized in a healthcare fraud sting. Hearing from officials with the FBI speaking and outlining some of the charges that those folks are now facing. A number of arrests made in connection with that investigation. We are also expecting to hear again from the Attorney General James Uthmeier coming up at around 1 o'clock. Going to be holding a news conference alongside the Education Commissioner, and they're going to be in Fort Lauderdale. So we'll have that for you coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to show you a little video right now that the CEO of Blue Origin posted earlier today, showing the progress that they have made since the explosion on Launch Complex 36. They say wreckage recovery from start to finish was completed in just 9 days, and all that debris has now been cleared from that complex. They said they've started reconstruction and still plan to fly again this year. So still an ambitious timeline, but a lot of progress being made there. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Ken Kramer, who is the managing editor of Space Up Close, joining us live now via Zoom, actually at the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex this afternoon. Ken, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
So first, Ken, I just want to get your reaction to that video and the news today from Blue Origin. 9 days, they say, all it took for the wreckage recovery. I would imagine that was a mammoth undertaking, but your reaction to seeing some of that video?
That is a mammoth undertaking, and they have a lot to do. I'm glad you saw it. I hadn't seen it before since it is brand new. But just to be a little realistic, they do have a lot of work to do. It's great they cleared the wreckage, okay? But now they have to rebuild everything and test everything and almost start all over again. So they've got a huge amount of work ahead. So this is step one, but there are many steps still to follow.
Yeah, what all goes into that at this point? I mean, are they starting from scratch, building that launch complex, or what's the process here?
Yeah, interesting to see this video with the clam shores and things picking up the wreckage. It's terrible. I saw first of all an explosion 10 years ago at NASA Wallops, something very similar. And we had to depart the launch site because we were at a launch for the International Space Station from NASA Wallops, and we had to evacuate the area because we were only a mile and a half away. In 10 seconds, they were screaming, "Get on the bus and leave." So that's great. And they do have one mast remaining, but that mast was burnt and somewhat damaged, and it's great to see the water tower there. But they're both going to have to be repaired. They're going to have to be revalidated. And then they have to build, not quite from scratch, because luckily the tank farm is there. But again, they're going to have to check out the tank farm that provides the propellants and other gases and compressed gases and liquids that they need, and all the power lines and the computer lines and everything they need for launch. So that's got to be checked out, first of all, rebuilt where it needs to be rebuilt, and then revalidated. And that's just the launch site. Then the other part of it is, and that may be the easiest part, but let me also say, when SpaceX had an explosion 10 years ago, it took them a full year at Pad 40 to rebuild that complex. So just to give a little bit of context. And the NASA Wallops launch site was also out for quite a while. So to do that in 6 months is extremely ambitious. I'm not saying they can't do it, but that's extremely ambitious. So rebuilding it, revalidating it, but then comes the rocket itself, okay, which exploded for whatever reason it was. The propellant leaked clearly, and it exploded, and we don't know why, but extremely violent, causing all that damage. So they have to do a thorough investigation, and they should involve outside experts to make sure they're not missing anything, because if you just have your own people looking at it, they could make certain assumptions that would mislead them. So they got to go through a fault tree analysis, checking everything, crossing off what is not the cause, but looking into what is the cause. So first they have to do that, find out what is the cause. Then they have to institute any fixes, and clearly there will be fixes to the rocket that have to be made, maybe the propellant loading also. And then they have to test those fixes, and then they have to validate those fixes. Then they're going to have to do clearly another wet dress rehearsal at the pad to ensure that everything they did actually works satisfactorily and doesn't create any new issues. So they got tons of work to do. This, like I said, this is step one, but there's probably 9 more steps or more that they have to go through, and they're all just as important, if not more important. Rebuilding the launch pad might be the easy part. Figuring out what is the root cause of this accident could be very difficult. Maybe they have data that was transmitted and pictures that can illuminate it, but it was extremely quick. So it came up as the static fire was starting, and whether they got all the data they needed or not, that's what we don't know. So they also need to be a lot more open, as I've been saying. It's nice they put that video out, but they haven't said anything about the root cause. And the comments they put out is like 1 or 2 sentences. Even I saw an interview with Dave Limp and Bezos that they did over in Europe about a week ago, and we didn't really learn any details. So it's really hard to judge what is the cause. We don't know what the cause is, and so we don't know how long it is going to take to fix it. So that's what your audience really needs to know. We want to wish them the best because we want everybody to be successful, and NASA needs them to be successful. So let me get to that part. from our previous conversations that 2 days before this, Blue Origin was awarded a contract to put the Blue Moon Mark 1 lander, a robotic lander, at the South Pole. Okay, and they also NASA gave Blue Origin two contracts to land lunar rovers that the astronauts would use on Artemis 4, so they could move around and not be limited to just the landing site. So that's all up in the air now. We're supposed to get a update from NASA next week about more construction and contracts related to the moon base, which is what this is all about, putting the moon base at the South Pole of the moon, where the water ice is. So really, we have a lot of questions. So that video is nice, again, but it's just the beginning.
Ken, before I let you go, how feasible is it for Blue Origin to say, we expect and we are going to try to launch before the end of the year? Give us a rating 1 to 10 on how likely you think it is they meet that timeline.
I think it's unlikely, but I don't want to rule it out. But like I said, based on history, it's going to take more than that. SpaceX, who's a very capable organization, took 1 year to rebuild Pad 40, okay? Now, at that time, they were lucky they could also launch from Pad 39A, so they weren't dead in the water. They were launching from 39A, 3 months or so after that explosion. Blue Origin doesn't have any other pads. They have another one they want to build at Pad 36, a second pad. And, they also want to build a third pad somewhere there at the Kennedy Space Center, maybe south. We don't know. There is a proposal to put a new pad right near the port, which is a little bit crazy as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, they have no ability to launch rockets right now. So 5 or 6, 7, maybe something like that, maybe a 1 or 2. It goes to back what I said. We need more data, and they're not providing it. They really should provide a press conference, detailed information where the media can ask questions, probing questions, and find out what's really going on. Because, I don't want to get just press releases and videos. That doesn't tell me a lot. That's why it's hard to answer your question. It's a good question. It's the perfect question to ask, what you asked. It's really hard to say. But I do believe it's going to be really tough, let's say it this way. Extremely difficult, really tough to get it by the end of this year. I think next year sometime is possible. And you know what else? Here's another thing I just thought of. Artemis 3, right? Now, they want to launch the human lander, an early prototype of it, for Artemis 3, which is scheduled for mid to late next year. So they have to get on the stick. They need to work 24/7 on this, and I think they are. And NASA needs them, so they have to work hard, really hard. But they have to work safety. Safety must be absolutely paramount. They have to be vigilant in everything they do. I can't stress that enough. I'm a chemist. I've been in this kind of situation. I've seen a rocket explode, and in my chemical labs, I've seen explosions that have been right next to them. They're scary things. And so you can't take it lightly. So there can't be any shortcuts taken. And that's why they need an outside investigation, too, to give them confidence and to give the public confidence. One of your people asked me about credibility that evening. What do they have to do they have credibility, and what do they have to do to get it? They have to do all the things I just outlined. And until that time, they will not be ready to launch. But we want them to launch, and we want them to launch successfully as soon as possible, but when it's safe.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus on this Thursday afternoon, giving you a live look in Miami right now, where there have been a lot of fans and there for the World Cup, really making the most of their time there. So much to do, so much going on, and a lot of excitement. You can just feel that energy there in Miami right now with the World Cup going on. But that's not the only thing going on. Chewy has rolled out their Cuddle Shuttle. If you need a little bit of break from all the stimulation in South Florida right now, cuddle up with some puppies. Who doesn't want that anytime, but especially right now? And so we are so pleased to be joined this afternoon live from the one and only Cuddle Shuttle. We've got Lisa Marie Curdy, who's head of partnerships with Chewy, joining us live now via Zoom. Lisa, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. So first of all, just talk with us about what the Cuddle Shuttle is and what people need to know about it.
Shuttle is a mobile support vehicle that we are bringing around South Florida with some therapy pets on board to, like you mentioned, provide some console to folks experiencing the high, the lows, the emotions of the tournament. It's such a pivotal moment right now as we head into the round of 32.
Yeah, people are definitely going through a lot of emotions, and so how does the Cuddle Shuttle help us deal and kind of work through that?
We're harnessing the power of pets. It's really critical for us here at Chewy. Obviously, we recognize just the importance of them not only in our life, but what they do for us at an emotional basis. And so it's really important that through all those highs and lows, just like Chewy is there for you, all the highs and lows, the pet parenthood, that we provide that console and that experience that just solidifies the amazingness of everything going on here in South Florida.
So who might we meet if we stop by the Cuddle Shuttle?
Hey, the one and only Brody. Yes, he's here, providing lots of hugs and console like kisses. Let's stop by.
How
so we can head on board.
Yeah, head on board. Show us around a little bit, and just explain to us a little bit about how this works and what people can expect.
So on board, we'll find Brody, but obviously a few other pets. We're doing Canine Assisted Therapy, who's also a local organization. We have her in here. Hi. And we got Rosie, and Brody, and Devin. And so as you come on board, you'll see it is air conditioned, which is very nice for the pets as well as the humans. Nice break for the heat. And you'll get in a moment here to just hug and snuggle and play with a couple of these amazing little pups and get all of the fun and great emotions.
You and your comfort crew there have a great gig going on right now. I imagine y'all enjoy this too.
It's very rewarding, I think, for everyone involved, and nothing but smiles here all day, and the next 4 days across Miami.
So, Lisa, talk to us about why y'all wanted to do this.
Absolutely. So Chewy's there for life with pets, all the ups and downs, and being a local South Florida brand based here, we had to show up for just the local community down here and really show them the power of pets and how passionate Miami is about pets, and how we use them to, tigers. And how we use them to provide just that love and support through, again, all the emotional highs and lows and anxiety that I know a lot of us are feeling with our teams. As we know, there's only one team that will win the World Cup. So at some point there may be some heartbreak, and we want to make sure we're there to support.
What's the reception like when you show up somewhere with the Cuddle Shuttle?
Oh, nothing but smiles and, you know, people obviously taking pictures and wanting to just hug and pet and give treats to all the good boys and girls. And nothing but smiles leaving, maybe, and some smiles coming on and in anticipation of what's going to happen. So.
Well, we love that. Y'all are going to be in a number of different locations around South Florida over the next few days. Where can we catch up with you? Where can folks who are maybe there for World Cup or even just around the area kind of meet up and get some puppy cuddles in the Cuddle Shuttle?
Here in Brickell today. We'll be back in Brickell tomorrow, and then we'll be in Wynwood and at Emirates Bank Arena on Saturday, and then we'll be in Miami Beach on Sunday. You can find all information by following us on social, and we have all the details and times located there as well.
So what's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know when they are experiencing some of the highs and lows and maybe thinking about swinging by the Cuddle Shuttle? What would you tell them about why they should stop by?
Absolutely. Chewy's always on your team. We are here for you. We are looking forward to welcoming you with open arms. And whether home or away, whether win or lose, this is an amazing time for South Florida, and we couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of it.
Well, it looks like a great time. If I were there right now, I would definitely be swinging by to say hello to the pups. You got a great crew there, and we really appreciate you joining us here live on Fox 35 News Plus today. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We are standing by waiting for a news conference here in just a few minutes in Fort Lauderdale, where we're going to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier and the Education Commissioner as well. Right now, though, I want to take you to a news conference earlier today in our nation's capital. We talk a lot about preparing for America 250 and looking at some of the history and historic sites across the country and here in Florida. While we're talking about that, got an interview coming up in our next hour that looks at some of the history here in Florida and some interesting things that you might want to learn about and a new way you can learn about that as well. But let's talk about the Lincoln Memorial, because that's one of the most iconic memorials in Washington, D.C., obviously honoring one of the greatest presidents the country has seen, our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. And today there was a ribbon cutting for a new Undercroft museum at the Lincoln Memorial. So the Undercroft is underneath that main kind of area where you have that huge sculpture of President Lincoln sitting. And so the Undercroft is underneath all of that. And there's a new museum that just opened up today that folks are going to be able to experience and see. And so there was a ribbon cutting today with the U.S. Secretary of the Interior and some other officials talking about this museum and what folks can experience just in time for America 250.
I just want to take a moment to thank you, not only you, but also all the people that put this together over the years, the artists, the architects, the engineers, the designers, and of course the sweat of all the workers that put it together to begin with. When you go through this activity, this exhibit really honors the people that built this, not only in the past but also today. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Jessica Byron up for remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. I'm so glad we can be here together to celebrate the completion of this incredible project and soon begin welcoming Americans to enjoy this new visitor experience at one of our most iconic national park sites. Each year, millions of people visit this beautiful memorial dedicated to our nation's 16th president. This memorial has served as a backdrop to many of the pivotal moments in American history. As Superintendent Grease shared, the opening of the Undercroft is a long-awaited occasion. Dedicated National Park Service engineers, architects, project to fruition. I want to thank them for their service and stewardship. I'd also like to thank our philanthropic partners who have provided crucial support. I want to particularly thank Mr. David Rubenstein for his generous donation that helped kickstart this project. I also want to thank Mr. Ken Griffin for generously loaning the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment. These historic documents illuminate President Lincoln's enduring impact and our nation's continued pursuit of its founding ideals. Lastly, thank you to the National Park Foundation, which has supported this project from the beginning. Several donors that are here today, including the Bailey Foundation. The generosity of these and other partners mean that today we can celebrate our partnership by welcoming visitors to this space like never before. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jeff Reinbold, President and CEO of the National Park Foundation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. What a great morning. Congratulations to you, to Superintendent Grease, everyone from the National Park Service. It's great to see some of the folks who worked on this and built it, and some retired Park Service folks, everyone who had a hand in getting it to this point and seeing it through. So for more than a century, the space beneath this memorial has been seen by only a very few. That's about to change. The National Park Foundation is proud to have invested $48.5 million on top of the federal investment to bring the Undercroft to life. That investment came from a small group of donors who believed that we could do even more to help people understand President Lincoln and his legacy. I want to acknowledge Mr. David Rubenstein, who led this effort, whose founding gift more than a decade ago made every step that followed possible. And David, I'd also like to acknowledge your generosity and leadership in patriotic philanthropy. making this project possible, but also major investments in the Washington Monument, the Thomas Jefferson Memorial, as well as other National Park Service sites around here. And if you haven't been to the Thomas Jefferson Memorial recently, the National Park Service just opened up the lower level and a renovated visitor area there. Go see it. It's fantastic. In a few moments, the doors will open, and school groups and families and visitors from around the country and around the world will walk into a space that's been decades in the making for them. I have vivid memories of coming to the Lincoln Memorial as a kid during the bicentennial. And as America turns 250, let's hope what today's kids discover within the exhibit and within the Undercroft will stay with them as well. Our national parks exist because someone before us made a commitment to not only protect these places, but to make sure that they're cared for into the future. The philanthropy that made this project possible, against significant odds at times, is part of that same commitment. So please join with me in introducing our lead donor, Mr. David Rubenstein.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and I want to thank you, the Park Foundation, the Park Service, the Interior Department, members of Congress that are here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the Secretary of Interior. Thank you for your leadership in this as well. The reason this is important is because Lincoln was our greatest president. Lincoln kept the country together against great odds. There were many people who didn't want to keep the country together. He fought to do it. He freed the slaves with the Amendment, and without that, this country wouldn't be what it is today. So the reason this is the most popular site in Washington is because people recognize that Lincoln was an extraordinary person of great humility and great talent. And so as people come here to see the Undercroft and to see the Lincoln Memorial, I hope all of them learn more about Lincoln, and that's the whole purpose of the Undercroft and the whole purpose of the museum and everything we have here, to make sure younger people understand why it is that we honor Lincoln, why it is this country is so great, and why we're so fortunate to have had people like Lincoln serve this country. So I want to thank everybody who's here participating in this, making this possible, and I just look forward to having many, many citizens around the country coming here to see this and hopefully learning much more about Lincoln and about our country. Thank you very much.
Got to watch out for those things. So thank you very much for your remarks. And now I'd like to introduce the Department of the Interior Secretary, Mr. Doug Burgum. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. What an incredible day it's to be all here together at this historic moment of the opening of the Undercroft Museum. And I do, he's been thanked several times, but I do want to thank David Rubenstein. The only thing that's better than a patriotic, generous philanthropist is one who's also an award-winning author who understands his history. We're blessed to have you. Thank you for all the contributions you've made up and down the mall. Thank you. But today is a day for gratitude. It's a day for reflection. It's a day for celebration, and it's a day for a new beginning, a new historic beginning. In addition to to David, there are so many other donors that are here, and so many other groups. I know that the Trust for the National Mall is represented here. I know we've got the many people from the National Park Foundation that serve on the National Park Foundation board that have also been generous donors to this and many other projects. And of course, without the support of Congress, and it's great to see Chairman Bruce Westerman here. Bruce right now has been working diligently on the reauthorization of the Great American Outdoors Act, which would help for deferred maintenance across our national parks. So important. But for everybody that's contributing to help keep these projects going for America, let's give them all a big hand. Thank you. And of course, across the Department of Interior and the National Parks Department, so many people to thank. So many of them are working so hard this summer as we celebrate. But we've got our Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Kevin Lilly here. Kate McGregor, our Deputy Secretary. We have Jody Hansen, the Department of Interior Chief of Staff. And of course, our park leadership who've already spoken up here. Jessica, Kevin, and of course, Jeff in his role leading leading the Park Foundation, but also former superintendent of the mall. So many people here, and you see them all here. They're wearing the flat hats. We got rangers, we got interpreters, we've got so many national park people, and we've got the U.S. Park Police that are here, both making sure that everybody is safe, and also on the beautiful mounted. We've got Cleo, Funston, Guinness, and maybe Sybil's here too. I'm not sure. Delilah is here. Okay, there they are. They're right back there. Look at that, just like perfect, picture perfect. Way to go, team! Thank you for all you do. But today is a great day, and I think as we stand here before the reflecting pool, understanding that the reflecting pool was part of this monument from the very conception when this was designed in the 19-teens, opened around 1922. The reflection pool was put there for a purpose. It not only reflects the two iconic monuments of Washington and Lincoln, Washington without whom the improbable experiment of America would never have begun, never would have succeeded. The whole winning of the Revolutionary War, the audaciousness of declaring an aspirational set of goals at our founding, and even at a time when the nation was flawed and divided. And then 85 years later, in 1861, it all comes to a head with the Civil War and the succession and this brutal, battle of our country against itself. And the nation, as David said, that the fate of the nation hung in the balance, and a lot of the weight of the world was on one individual, Abraham Lincoln, and he got us through that. So how fitting that we're here today, reflecting on our past of the last 250 years, but also reflecting on the abundance that's been created, the incredible opportunities that have been created for America, and the incredible role that America has played in the world in the last century, including helping to win 2 world wars. There's 36 columns around the Lincoln Memorial. They represent the 36 states that were part of the Union at the time of Lincoln's passing. Underneath, where you're going to have an opportunity to walk into, I think many people, the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people that have visited the Lincoln Memorial, probably think that this beautiful memorial is placed on a hill. But of course, this was all a swamp. This was reclaimed land. And as you'll walk in here, you'll understand that the Lincoln Memorial is essentially built on the roof of a cathedral. And that cathedral underneath is 122 arched columns, that support the entire weight of this monument. It's an incredible space, 50,000 square feet of space, essentially unoccupied. It's got some cool stalactites and stalagmites from the dripping calcium that comes.
Interior Secretary Doug Burgum speaking at the ribbon cutting of that Lincoln Memorial Undercroft Museum opening today. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll get you to Fort Lauderdale to hear from the Attorney General.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Let's get you live right now to Fort Lauderdale, the office of the Attorney General, and there's Attorney General James Uthmeier alongside the Education Commissioner. They're announcing what they say is the takedown of a teacher exam fraudster. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Crimes and theft to child predator operations to retail theft, and today we're here to talk about holding educators accountable. In Florida, we pride ourselves on being the education state. We put our kids, our students, number one. We love our teachers, but we hold them to a high standard. We want to make sure that people that are influencing the bright young minds of the future are competent, qualified, and have gone through the necessary certifications to be instructing our young ones. So in Florida, the commissioner can provide more information. You've got to go through and get certified on English and social studies and the various things that you're going to be teaching. We don't just let anybody roll into the classroom. We take this seriously. So today we're here to announce an important prosecution that this team's working on. I'll let Nick share a little bit more detail, but we have taken down Cassandra Knowles of Fort Lauderdale, who was going and taking these certification tests for other people. We've now found about 8 or 9 cases where she fraudulently took tests for other people, and now there are teachers right here in Broward County that have no business being in the classroom. They did not get their proper certifications. They have cheated, and they will pay for it. We have a great working relationship with the Department of Education. We're going to go investigate, and believe me, if you haven't heard from Stasi Kamutsis before, if you cheat and lie and steal, he is going to go after you. He started as a prosecutor. Nobody loves education and our kids more than him, and I have no doubt that we will continue to follow the trail. We will find who all these people are. So, out there, if you're one of these teachers, you had your exam taken by Miss Knowles here, you might as well just come on in. Save us all a little bit of hassle. We can do it the easy way or the hard way, but come on in. It's not going to get any better for you if you stay out there and keep teaching. We will indeed find you, and you will pay for it. So in this case, we will be charging Miss Knowles with running an organized scheme to defraud, multiple counts of using phones and texts to commit crimes, and possibly other crimes of dishonesty. And we will continue to support the Education Commissioner here, though he's not going to be here long, I guess. His last day is July 5th, and he has been voted in to be the next president of Polk State College, which is a great thing for the students over there. They've got a wonderful leader who's going to care about them more than anybody else. I want to thank our prosecutors for their great work on this case, and I heard before coming out we just scored a wonderful verdict in a big child predator case, 90 counts of child porn over in Southwest Florida. We'll have more details on that soon. But here in Florida, we enforce the law. We work hard. If you want to commit crimes, you sure as heck don't want to be in this state, because you're going to pay for it. You're going to serve some time. This might seem like, to some people, this is not a big deal, but it is, because at the end of the day, this hurts our kids. This hurts the education of our youth. So Ms. Knowles is going to pay for it. Stasi, I'll let you come up, and then we'll have Nick give some details. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I want to start off by thanking the Attorney General, James Uthmeier, and his incredible team for their diligence in a case like this, where we are ensuring that there is true transparency, accountability, and quite frankly, upholding the rule of law here in the state of Florida. I also want to thank Secretary Linda McMahon and the team over at the United States Department of Education for the work that they did in collaborating with all of us to ensure that we are continuing to churn out high-quality educators who have gone through the rigorous process that it takes to be able to be the best of the best in the classroom. And it is something that we pride ourselves on here in the state of Florida, because we are number one in education. There are all kinds of metrics that talk about how we empower parents, how we are continuing to build on our laurels and to increase academic achievement. We are number one when it comes to student safety, when it comes to workforce education, when it comes to school choice. And so at every level of education here in Florida, the classroom, the district, even at the Department of Education, accountability is not optional. It is a fundamental responsibility that is required with public trust. And today we are here to reaffirm that commitment. Families trust that educators who are standing in the classroom teaching their children are qualified, that they are properly vetted, and they are held to the highest professional standards, because our students deserve nothing less. When that trust is violated, even in isolated instances, it can erode confidence in the broader education system. And that is why maintaining strong safeguards, enforcing the law, and taking decisive action when misconduct occurs is essential, and we have to do this every time we come across it. Cassandra Knowles owned and operated a tutoring service, and at first glance, one might wonder, well, how does academic support lead one to end in criminal charges and to an arrest? Well, the reason is simple. Ms. Knowles chose to go beyond tutoring and engaged in fraud by taking tests on behalf of others. Now, Attorney General Uthmeyer, myself, and statewide prosecutor, we're lawyers, so we use the analogy. This is like somebody sitting for the Florida bar exam on our behalf. I would not be a qualified lawyer if I didn't go through that same rigorous test, and the same idea applies here to the teaching profession. Educators who obtain this certificate fraudulently will be investigated, and they will be held accountable. And those who fail to meet the certification requirements from this scheme will eventually be prohibited from obtaining a teaching certificate. You have my word on that. All examinees for Florida teaching exams are subject to strict identification requirements, and it was that technology that we were able to utilize to be able to apprehend this criminality. Thanks to these safeguards, to the monitoring systems and investigative efforts in place at the Florida Department of Education, as well as the work that we did with our law enforcement partners, the fraudulent activity was identified, investigated, and brought to light. As a result, Knowles was arrested and will now be held accountable for her actions. But let me be clear, Florida will not allow this type of conduct to undermine the integrity of the teaching profession and the quality of education that is being provided to students here in the state. Individuals who attempt to circumvent the certification requirements or compromise the standards that we expect of all educators will be identified and held accountable. The vast majority of Florida's teachers are dedicated professionals who come to work each and every day to make a difference in the life of their students, to ensure that they are progressing academically, that they are protected when they are in their care, custody, or control. But they deserve a certification process that is credible, one that is secure, and worthy of the trust that is placed in the profession. Today's announcement demonstrates that our commitment to accountability remains unwavering. We will continue to protect the integrity of Florida's education certification process and uphold the highest standards that is expected of all educators, because that is what our students deserve. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Stassi. And next we'll have Nick Khalil, statewide prosecutor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. For years, defendant Cassandra Knowles accepted money to fraudulently take teacher certification and other exams for cheaters who would then claim the test results to be their own. Our investigation revealed that Knowles recruited customers on Facebook and Instagram offering to take an array of exams. Knowles charged $1,000 to help people cheat on both online and in-person exams in our state. Knowles was meticulous in her efforts to conceal her true identity and well-versed in exam security procedures. She exchanged driver's licenses with the folks she tested for and then presented that license to exam security. She changed her hair, dress, and makeup to match that of the cheater for whom she was testing. And in at least one case, Knowles even dressed as a man to take an elementary education exam. However, Knowles' system was not good enough to evade the diligent team at the Florida Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education Office of Inspector General, and the Office of Statewide Prosecution. Thanks to the partnership of these agencies, Knowles was arrested on June 11th of 2026 and taken into custody with the assistance of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Throughout this investigation, we worked closely with our partners at both the Florida Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education, and we had a full court effort from the Office of Statewide Prosecution. This investigation would not have been possible without their hard work and collaboration. And I think this case is an excellent example of cooperation at the state, local, and federal level to take down somebody who's harming the integrity of our education system. This case truly does strike at the heart of that integrity. With this investigation, we hope to send a simple and clear message. If you profit off of cheating in Florida, you will be prosecuted. The Attorney General and the Office of Statewide Prosecution, as well as Commissioner Kamoutsas, are doing everything in our power to ensure that Florida's children are being taught by both qualified and honest educators. I'd like to thank Commissioner Kamoutsas and General Uthmeyer for both your support and leadership throughout this investigation. Commissioner, your team was responsive, organized, professional, and we truly could not have put this case together without the hard work from the Florida Department of Education. And General, thank you for your enduring support of the Office of Statewide Prosecution and the work that we do here. And lastly, I'd like to thank my esteemed colleagues at the Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach bureaus of the Office of Statewide Prosecution. I'm the one that gets to stand up here today, but this was not me alone. Ms. Goodson, as well as other prosecutors and staff, worked very hard to put this investigation together, and they all truly deserve credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our statewide prosecution team packs a pretty big punch. They work very hard, are getting great results. Our prosecution case count is up almost 50% since the year before I took office, and it's no surprise that Florida's crime rate continues to go down. We're getting the rest of the 2025 data in, and you've got double-digit crime decreases in most of the state, almost 20% decreases in murder rates in most of the state. Fentanyl cases are down 70-80%. It's not rocket science. It shouldn't be complicated. We support law enforcement. When we catch bad guys, we prosecute them, no matter the crime. Even something like cheating on exams for teachers, we're going to go after that too. So why are we here today? We're sending a message. If you're one of these teachers that has fraudulently gotten your certification, just go ahead and bring yourself in. The music's stopped. It's ending for you one way or the other. It's only going to get worse the longer you stay out there. And number two, anybody out there thinking of defrauding this system should think again. We prioritize the safety and education of our kids more than anything here in Florida, whether it's big tech, social media, AI, child predators. Anybody that wants to hurt our kids is certainly going to have a problem with me and our team. So I appreciate you for being here. I want to thank the Education Commissioner. It's fitting to get to see him here right before he moves into a new role. We've had a great relationship over the last year and a half. One of the first things we did when I got this job was we repurposed some existing staff and resources to create an Office of Parental Rights here in Florida. A lot of new laws have been passed to prevent, harmful pornography and things from being in our K-12 schools and libraries. There's no place for that in an elementary school. A lot of these things are really decisions for parents when they expose their kids to some of the harmful sexual content. And as we've gotten complaints in up and down the state, we've taken action. We've worked with their agency, and we've got a 100% success rate in shutting down a lot of these dangerous harms. We had Alachua County had a public school camp, overnight camp, where 5th grade boys were allowed to be in the same cabins with 2nd grade girls. We've shut down bathrooms in Palm Beach County where they wanted boys to be in the same bathrooms as girls. This isn't going to fly. It's dangerous, and it's been an honor to have the support of the commissioner in fighting for our kids. So that's it for today. We've got time for a few questions. Chris, sir, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? AG, good to see you.
Good to see you.
This morning you posted that you were going to begin impeachment proceedings against this judge who judged this woman to be temporarily insane and not guilty for stabbing her child and her husband.
That's right. We've got to start impeaching judges. There's a reason why these provisions are in our Constitution, at the federal level, and other states. Judges think they can do whatever they want and get away with it, and it's endangering others. So there's a remedy to address this. It is the impeachment process. We don't see that in modern history. But where you have somebody that's drowning a baby, and then a judge is, at a bench trial letting her off for insanity, and then she's going to go right back out into the public, this is wrong. We proposed legislative change to join a couple other states in limiting how the insanity defense can be used in Florida. If you have mental health issues and need help, okay, let's get you that help. But you need to do it behind a barred hospital. You need to be locked up for the rest of your life away from kids where they're just going to go out and hurt them. The state attorney in Orlando, she let a guy out, attempted murder, tried to shoot somebody at a gas station, failed, thankfully, argues, pleas out, lets him out, insanity defense, and then he goes and kills 3 tourists near Disney. This has got to stop. This judge up in Tallahassee lets a guy who a jury convicted of a child sex offense go free. And then he murders his 5-year-old stepdaughter. So I'm going to be working on articles for that judge. I got a couple others in the hopper, and I'm going to work with any legislator that would like to ensure public safety and hold these erroneous judges accountable. Judges take oaths just like I do. They need to do their job. They need to honor the law, honor the Constitution, and for crying out loud, protect our little ones.
How widespread is this certification issue?
It looks like it's pretty widespread. I mean, we've already got 8 or 9 people that we know got cheated and had the exam taken for them. We believe it's much bigger than that. We've got access to a lot of technology, cell phones and things that are going to further highlight who all was involved. So I don't know exactly how big, but we believe it's big.
You're saying 8 or 9 here in Broward or statewide?
Is that right? Statewide.
So that's not tied to this Knowles case in particular, or it is?
Yeah, all those identified have been tied to Knowles at this point. As the general said, this is an ongoing investigation.
Can you let us know how many of them were in Broward and Miami-Dade counties and how long this was going on?
So as to the length of time, this is an ongoing investigation. Our affidavit, which is what the arrest was based on, goes back to 2024. But like we said, our investigation does continue. As far as where these were occurring, the ones we've outlined in the affidavit, some were in Palm Beach, some were in Broward County, some were in Volusia County. But as the general said, we are continuing to investigate.
And is it possible to get a copy of that affidavit? I was on the clerk's website and it's not in her file there, part of the arrest paperwork like it typically is, like detailing, the allegations against her. So I'm curious if we can get more information on that.
We can probably get them the locations. We can follow up and get you specific locations for the cheaters that have been identified.
And the 8 or 9 people you're talking about, have they been removed from the classroom, or are they still?
So the commissioner and his team have been working diligently on any ramifications regarding their teacher license. That's not something the statewide prosecution, who's the attorney general, is directly handling. But Commissioner Kamoutis' team, I'll let you speak on that.
So generally, when we take action against an educator certificate, there are 2 types of educators, the applicant and the one that received the certificate. The applicant, if they're still in that process, would be denied the certificate. But the one who has received the certificate, we now have to go in front of the Education Practices Commission. Quite frankly, on both situations, we have to go before the Education Practices Commission. But I would find probable cause after an investigation on the individual educator, and it would go through the legal process that way. But that's how that typically works.
So this isn't one day to the next, you're no longer in the classroom because of this open investigation?
Generally, what we look to is there has to be an investigation first, appropriate due process, and then it goes through legal proceedings. Yes.
So it would be accurate, I only keep asking you because I'm going to be asked all these questions. It's accurate to say some of these educators may still be in the classroom while the process continues?
Well, we will work with the district, and the idea is if an individual, there's sufficient evidence to communicate that they don't have a reason to be in the classroom because they obtained a certificate fraudulently, then the district has the ability to take action as well through the labor and employment process. What I'm talking about at the statewide level is the administrative process on their actual license. The license will not be immediately revoked because it has to go through due process, but there's stuff that we do at the district level where we will put a hold on the license to be able to work with them, and so that individual is no longer allowed in the classroom.
Eventually, those teachers, though, will be arrested at some point if it's proven, if there's enough evidence.
Well, that is in the Attorney General's jurisdiction, so let me take a step back.
The answer is yes. And look, we want to get these people out of classrooms as soon as possible if they cheated. But again, we do have an elaborate process that we've got to go through, and we'll go through that working with his team quickly.
What would their charges be once they get arrested?
I mean, it's going to vary on a case-by-case basis, depending on, how it happened, money, how it changed hands. There's a host of things that could be charged.
Another clarification, I'm sorry. You had mentioned that your investigation started in 2024, but do you think the cheating had been going on for a long time before that? Do you have like a general date of when she allegedly started doing this?
So I guess I should clarify. Our investigation, what we've outlined in the affidavit, the conduct goes back to 2024. Our investigation started after. I don't want to comment at this point because the investigation is ongoing about how far back we think it goes. But that is at least, yes. Thank you.
Appreciate the interest in this. It's great. Yes, sir.
So the Broward School Board was talking about implementing AI into the classroom, and board member Severa brought up that the Magic School AI program had a 39% failure rate for inappropriate material. Are you watching the implementation of AI into classrooms, and what kind of guardrails you want to see?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there are some real dangers when it comes to AI and exposure to kids. We filed a first-in-the-country lawsuit against OpenAI ChatGPT after seeing AI advise kids on how to hurt themselves, how to hurt others. We have evidence of AI being used to create child pornography. So I do think that we, as leaders in this country, certainly in the state of Florida, have a duty to hold these companies accountable where they expose kids to harmful behavior. The FSU shooting, I think by now most people have heard, this guy, he was getting advice from AI, from ChatGPT for days as he planned how to go engage in the shooting, what gun to use, what type of ammo, how to turn off the safety, where to go on campus at what time to encounter the largest number of people. These are things that ChatGPT was advising the shooter. So AI in schools, I'm very nervous and cautious. I do believe technology's here. We're going to have to use AI effectively to succeed in life. Our office, we use AI to go catch predators, and it works. So there is a use for it, but we need to make sure we're protecting our kids at all costs. So that's what I'd say. All right, thanks everybody.
On the Florida GOP canceling.
I tell you what, I'm going to head over there and give my speech at the GOP event, but I think they had some metrics in place that had been there for quite some time, and you can't, I think there's like, over a dozen people that have, registered to run for governor. You can't let everybody on stage. You got to have some sort of metrics. I'm not sure how they came to those decisions, but I'm going to stay in my lane. Thank you.
Attorney General James Uthmeier at that news conference in Fort Lauderdale, wrapping up, and ask at the end about the question of debates we have been talking about a little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to this news conference on Capitol Hill right now, where we're hearing from members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus reacting to the Supreme Court's decision allowing the Trump administration to end TPS for Haitian and Syrian migrants. Let's go ahead and listen in. I can tell you that Congressman Darren Soto, Democrat from our area right here in Central Florida, is the co-chair of this caucus. I don't see him at this news conference, but he might be. So we will go ahead and listen in.
And that is why the very first piece of legislation that I introduced as a member of Congress was a bipartisan bill to extend TPS for Haiti. The Supreme Court's cruel and harmful decision to end TPS for the hardworking, law-abiding Haitians in this country now puts our friends and our neighbors' lives at risk. They could now be forced to face horrific violence and chaos in Haiti. We may now see parents having to decide if they will take their children with them back to Haiti to dangerous conditions or separate themselves from their own children. This is wrong, this is cruel, and this is un-American. And this flies in the face of the administration's own designation of Haiti as a maximum travel risk. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with our Haitian community on Long Island throughout this fight, pushed back against the administration, and fought this termination in the courts. I was proud to pass, with my colleagues here, the bill in the House to extend this life-saving protection by discharge petition earlier this year. And I will continue to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers of Congress to ensure that it passes in the Senate. We will not relent in securing our Haitian neighbors' safety. Removing them would not just be a humanitarian catastrophe, it would also hurt our economy. Haitian TPS recipients are part of the very fabric of our daily lives and pillars of our economy and our faith communities. They're a fundamental part of our vibrant identity on Long Island, and I'm committed to standing up for their safety and their security. This fight is not over. Thank you. And now I pass it over to my colleague.
Not yet.
Okay.
Juan Vargas.
Congressman. Congressman Vargas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia and the CHC for bringing us together today. Today's Supreme Court decision to terminate TPS for Haiti and Syria is a total betrayal of our nation's commitment and values. This is no longer a Supreme Court. This is a rubber stamp. That's all it is. It's a rubber stamp for this crooked president. Hundreds of thousands of people who hold legal status registered with the government. They trusted the process. Now they face being torn from their families and sent back to very dangerous conditions. Nothing about this decision makes us safer or stronger. It's just plain cruel. And I think my colleague said it well. It will not stand. We will not allow it to stand. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Pete.
I want to now have the opportunity to introduce our leader, Pete.
Thank you. I'm going to thank Juan Vargas from California and, of course, Sylvia Garcia for her leadership on this issue. And we heard from Congresswoman Laura Gillen, who carried Democratic legislation that would put at ease individuals with TPS status. But I share my colleague's concern. What we saw out of the Supreme Court with this ruling was dreadful. It was dreadful to families. It was dreadful to our economy, and it will harm each and every one of the states in our nation. Families should have certainty. That's what Democrats have advocated for, the certainty that TPS is there and that TPS matters. And to have a president who can unilaterally change the rules as he goes is shameful. And awful. And Democrats will continue to step up and speak out and lead with legislation to ensure that individuals with TPS status have the certainty and security that they deserve to live in our communities. Thank you so much. And it's my honor to introduce a fighter for New Jersey and someone.
This news conference continuing on Capitol Hill as some Democratic lawmakers pushing back on this Supreme Court decision earlier today. And we'll continue to follow the impacts of this as well. Well, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. So we have much more to come. And then at 2 o'clock, our Road to Gold special will get you ready for USA.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to look at some fascinating history as we celebrate America's 250th this year, and are looking at some lesser-known Florida history, things you may not have known about, things you may not even be aware that happened, but that played such an important role for our history here in Florida, and also as you're going to hear, played a role in creating, the backgrounds, building the backgrounds of some of our founders and our important leaders here in America. And so joining us live now to talk about this, pleased to be joined by Derek Hankerson, president of the Loxahatchee Battlefield Preservationist Board, a historian. Derek, we really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today and shedding some light on some of these lesser known stories.
Thank you so much, Garrett. It is a wonderful opportunity to highlight Florida's exceptional American history with reference to our 250th. Most people fail to realize that Florida is 500 plus years old. We were settled in 1513 and St. Augustine in 1565. And when Spain ceded Florida to the United States in 1821, that's when the first military and territorial governor, Andrew Jackson, came in and started forming what is now the United States of America, with Florida included.
And to that end, there's a new piece out that people are going to be able to watch that focuses on the Seminole Wars.
Yes.
Here in Florida. Talk with us about that.
This new piece was produced by the Florida Channel. I had an opportunity 2 years ago to pitch the Florida Channel this idea of this exceptional battle which occurred in Jupiter. This battle deals with the Long War, as Seminole Maroons call it. The U.S. military and U.S. Army call it the Seminole Wars. Colonel Jessup calls it a Negro War. The war was between 1817 and 1858, and 4 years later, of course, we have the Civil War. The generals that learned lessons, who were young lieutenants in the Seminole War, go off with General Sherman, Union General Grant, and others to decimate the Confederates. But back to the story, this is the first time the Florida Channel, through Loxahatchee Battlefield Preservations Board, has been able to get together with Seminole Maroon descendants, historians, archaeologists to tell this unique and fascinating story dealing with the Long War or the Seminole Wars.
And so, you know, there are many people here in Florida who don't know these stories.
Yes.
Why is it so important? Why is it such an important part of history?
It's an important part of history because this is a national story, because the leaders who shaped America were forged in Florida. As we were sharing in our segment a couple of weeks ago with reference to the history of Juneteenth, majority of people don't understand that it was West Point graduates William Tecumseh Sherman who served in Fort Pierce in the Second Seminole War. It was Lieutenant Oliver Otis Harris who served in Fort Brooke in the Third Seminole War. By the time these young men became adults and generals, General Oliver Otis Harris was known as the Christian general, and General Sherman was known as the best tactician. So if we're thinking about 1861, we're thinking about Emancipation Proclamation and the steps that the United States Army, the War Department, and the United States government took after they were chasing free blacks and the Native Americans. Years prior, they realized this U.S. policy is not working, and they take the reins by their horns and they do something positive about it, and hence General Otis Howard, the Christian general, becomes the commander of the War Department's Freedmen's Bureau. And in the battles of history, that's important.
And so in this this documentary that folks are going to be able to watch on the Florida Channel, what will we learn?
We'll learn the Battle of the Seminole War from 1817 to 1858. We'll learn why this battle was fought. We'll learn about the various different military forts in Florida. Right here in the Orlando area, we have Fort Milton, we have Fort Christmas, and while these forts are on the outskirts of the Second Seminole War, it's still important. It's important because, again, this is a national story where generals and presidents, to include Andrew Jackson, Millard Fillmore, James Henry Harrison, President Polk, and to a certain extent our current President Trump, forged and lived in Florida prior to becoming president. So it's a fascinating national story where Floridians and others who watch Fox and CBS News can learn this important story in history.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, because we have talked, you know, especially over the past few years, about how Florida has you know, plays such a large role now, it seems, when it comes to politics and policy across the country.
Yes.
What we're saying is, you know, looking back in history, Florida has always played a large role when it comes to kind of the bigger picture of American history.
That is exactly it, and that's why it's a national story. If we're looking at just the Seminole War, let's take, for example, the Treaty of Payne's Landing, or excuse me, let's take, for example, the Treaty of Moultrie Creek. My parents' house is a block away from Moultrie Creek, so I grew up with these fascinating stories of this battle. At Treaty Park in St. Johns County, you have the Treaty of Moultrie Creek, which was signed in 1823. After that treaty was broken, you have the Indian Removal Act of 1830, which was supported and defended by U.S. Congress. You also have the Monroe Doctrine. These are two pieces of federal legislation which affected the whole United States with reference to westward expansion. And if you're looking at it from a Native American perspective, and a freedom-seeking story perspective, this is a fascinating story because we read about Geronimo, we read about Black Hawks, we read about Yamasee and Red Sticks and Iroquois Confederacy, but it was the Seminole Maroons who were able to get the U.S. Army and the United States military to walk away from battle. That was the first time that has ever happened with Native American tribes, and to include the Seminole Maroons are still the unconquered tribe because there is no peace treaty.
Why does this history matter? Why are these stories still relevant today?
It matters because I'm going to take you back to when I was 10 years old. I am a native of Chicago, grew up with a lot of Native American and Haitian history because DeSable, a Haitian, founded Chicago, was the Potawatomi Native Americans who were in Chicago, and DeSable has family members who served in the American Revolution, similar to my family and many other American families. The story matters because when I was 10 years old and had the opportunity with my family to do massive traveling, I found that while I grew up with a generational family of military and government service, I still found when I saw myself in the history textbook as a child, it lifted my pride, my self-esteem, and my self-worth. So here I am at 62 sharing a story from 52 years ago that still elevates my pride, my self-esteem, and self-worth. And as adults, we need to stand up and help that next generation understand American history so we don't make the same mistakes.
Well, and especially in the context, we've been talking about America 250.
Yes.
And, kind of looking at what makes, what makes America special.
Yes.
So many of, highlighting so many neat things across the country. But there's so much that makes Florida special.
Oh, my God. Yes, there is. It's a rich history. If you want to peel back the onion and forget about race, we can talk about a story that deals with Cubans. We could talk about a story that deals with Puerto Ricans. We could talk about the story that deals with Mexicans, Scots, Irish, Quakers, Jonathan Dixon. We could talk about Scots Irish, Andrew Jackson. African Americans, well, there's John Horse, there's Native Americans, there's Seminole Maroons. We want to talk about Polish? Well, we had the Polish General Pulaski. You want to talk about British? We have General Washington, who first served on the side of the British and then came to the American side. Here again, if you want to talk about Tennessee, we have Isaac Shelby, who fought in Kings Mountain, South Carolina, at one of the greatest battles that helped turn the tide with reference to the American Revolution. And during that battle, he talked about using Indian play. When we use terms such as Indian play, we should think of things like the Rangers and Green Beret, because our great military institutions, the Rangers are a prime example. They were originally a British regiment. They noticed Native American tactics, guerrilla warfare, Indian play, hiding behind trees. And instead of being in a Napoleonic battle, you utilize trees, utilize psychological warfare, and that was what led the Seminole Maroons to be able to defeat the U.S. Army with some 30,000 troops. It was various different segments of society, and if we look at America today, we're just a big melting pot of ideas, creativity, ingenuity, and this beautiful place and this exceptional place that we call America, and that is the living, breathing spirit of us as Americans. It's a great story.
Now, just to circle back to the documentary
Yes,
here
sir.
before we wrap up, talk to us about the process of that kind of coming together, and then let us know where we can find out more.
Well, the process literally took 14 years. The opportunity, first I have to thank the Florida Channel, the Florida Department of Education, and the state of Florida for investing in my intellectual property and creativity, and also Fox and CBS News for sharing this story. The process really started 14 years ago when I had hosted and sponsored the Department of Interior's National Park Service 6th Annual Underground Railroad Conference. At that point in time, the National Park Service came to St. Johns County. They highlighted the original Underground Railroad, which originally came to Spanish Florida starting in the 16th century. We learned in our history textbooks that it went to Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Canada. It did, but it came to Florida first. Having known that story as a child, I wanted to expand on that story, highlight the unique story of this group of West and Central Africans and the low country known as Gullah Geechee. So I pitched the story to the Florida Channel. They came out, they produced a documentary 14 years ago, which ties the story, the original story, together between Seminoles and Black Maroons. This story today, dealing with the Long War, or the Seminole War from 1817 to 1858, is the second part of the story. Second part of the story ties the story together nicely as we're celebrating our 250th. So people have an opportunity to see Florida Channel's work with the support of the Florida Department of Education, and how I uniquely weave together two stories 14 years apart that highlights Florida's exceptional history and why it's important to know and understand American history, Florida history, and to a certain extent international history. And this film ties together everything that we just talked about in this segment.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing that. Derek Hankerson, president of the Loxahatchee Battlefield Preservationist Board. Always enjoy talking with you, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
And they can see that on PBS. They can see that on the Florida Channel PBS affiliates.
All right, we will be watching for that. Derek, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Ode to Gold. U.S. not laying off the gas.
It's very important to try and continue to ride the wave of good performance.
The knockout round within sight, but in the way, Turkey.
So we're not taking anybody lightly.
Fox 35 getting you ready for match 3 of 3 in the group stage.
The U.S. men's national team has already punched their ticket to the knockout stage, but if you think this team is ready to cruise, you might want to think again. Good afternoon to you. I'm Garrett Weimer, and tonight under the lights in Los Angeles, the mission is not just to survive, the mission is history. Standing in their way, though, a dangerous Turkish squad looking to spoil the party on American soil. A flawless 9-point group stage is on the line. Momentum heading into the round of 32 is also on the line. So who will take the pitch to help make history? And he went from the Orlando City Academy to the biggest stage in the world. How Alex Freeman is literally shaking things up on the West Coast. Plus, the World Cup isn't the only major soccer spectacle coming to our soil. A certified global icon and World Cup champion officially moving here to the City Beautiful. We are exactly 8 hours away now from prime time kickoff in Los Angeles, where the U.S. men's national team looks to complete a perfect 3-for-3 sweep of Group D. Hope you have some caffeine for that one tonight. But before we talk about tonight's match, the party has already started in L.A. ahead of tonight's match. So let's go out now to Fox 35's Coco McAvoy joining us live. Looks like a party out there, Coco.
Hey there, it is a party out here. People are so excited. We're talking about hundreds of people that are already here ahead of the USA match versus Turkey A at 7 o'clock tonight. And I am here with Jefferson now, who is the Vice President and General Manager of Union Station, where this is all taking place. Talk about what it means to the entire world, the entire country, to have the World Cup right here in LA.
Thanks, Coco. Obviously, it's a huge privilege and honor to have World Cup here, and in particular for Union Station and Metro to be chosen as a World Cup sponsor and have a fan zone. So we're one of only 10 fan zones in the city. I think this is the best one, frankly. We had lines starting at 7 a.m. this morning to come into the fan zone. We have a lot of activities, as you can see. Lots of people having fun. Big celebration for Los Angeles, a big celebration for the U.S.
Yes, huge celebration. Thank you so much, Jefferson, for sharing that input with us. I mean, like he said, this place has been electric since early this morning, and we're still a few hours away from, of course, the big game tonight at 7 o'clock. But you can see it is packed. There's a long line here right now because people are trying to get their official World Cup bracelets from the Bank of America. And then there are also different activations. So you can see there's a FIFA store here. There are different activations where people can play soccer and really test their skills as well. So people are out here in droves, and you can just imagine it's going to continue to get busier and busier as the day unfolds. We've got lots of different fans here. I've been talking to a few of them throughout the day as well. People rooting for so many different teams, which I think is really cool because they're not just rooting for Team USA, but they're rooting for really all around the world, including this group here. So, okay, I think it's pretty obvious, but tell us who you're rooting for.
The U.S., come on.
Of course. And what are you expecting for tonight?
Hopefully a win. I mean, they're playing here, and I'm excited to see a good game.
Yes, yeah. Good game indeed. And you said you wanted to say, go USA.
Let's go USA.
I like it. I like the energy. Thank you so much for talking to us. So he's rooting for Team USA, and I was talking to you earlier. It's pretty obvious who you're rooting for, but I'm going to have you say it. Who are you rooting for?
Mexico.
All right. And what did you think of the game last night?
Pretty good.
Yes, it was amazing. Mexico won. Thank you for talking to us. And we're seeing a lot of people either representing Team USA or representing Mexico as well. People excited about that big win yesterday. So we're expecting a big win for Team USA tonight. The U.S. men's national team has been doing so well. They already made it to the knockout round. So a lot of excitement, a lot of optimism all over the entire country when it comes to the World Cup. I'll send it back to you.
Coco, thank you. Optimism, excitement, and dedication to be all already out there this early. And we've got some watch parties in Central Florida tonight as well. Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp is out at the Point Orlando, where folks will be tonight for the big game. Jonah, the U.S. hasn't swept the group stage since 1930. They're looking to do that tonight. But in 1930, that was just 2 matches.
And look, they only needed 2 matches to win Group D here in 2026. Life can be cyclical. Sometimes it just takes 96 years to come back around, right? Well, tonight's effectively a glorified friendly for the United States. Let's take a live look at LA Stadium, where the United States will be playing tonight. The U.S. takes on Turkey at 10 p.m. Their sights are set on the knockout stage, but tonight's match will give an opportunity for the non-starters to get some good World Cup minutes.
So Christian, you feel you're good to go tomorrow?
Yeah, it was difficult, of course, right after it happened. Obviously, it was such a crazy emotions, such a great start, and being with the team for that first half, and then getting a great result, and then I didn't think it would be keep me out any longer, but it was just something that just kind of lingered, and yeah, it's been tough, but I was able to support the team and watch them get an amazing result in Seattle, and now just back training, pushing every day so that I can be available for this next game.
No, I think regardless of if I'm playing or not, you're going to see 11 guys out there that are wanting to continue to make history, but also you're going to see 15, 16 guys on the bench also supporting everybody else who's on the field. You've seen 70, 80,000 fans in the stadium, but also you've seen watch parties all around the states, and for us it's been amazing because obviously we like to put in good performances, but we also like to inspire people along the way. So for us, we're really excited. We're also excited that potentially we're turning people into soccer fans back home. So
let's not sleep on the fact it's the World Cup, right? And the greatest pride is to represent your national team, as any footballer will say. To play in the World Cup and to play, I think at this level, you can't take it for granted. So for Turkey, they'll have the same mentality of making sure that they end things on their note. They're going to come out with intensity, and they're going to represent their country with every ounce of energy and effort and intensity that they possibly can.
Can't wait for tonight. Okay, let's break this thing down, this match against Turkey. Joining me now, a guy who knows more soccer than I will ever know in my life, Scott Sutter, the coach of player development for the Orlando Pride. Okay, Scott, first of all, your big impressions of the U.S. men's national team thus far, 2 dominant performances in Group D.
Yes, there certainly has been. It's been a joy to watch. I think the whole country's rallied around them as well, and they're right there where they deserve to be with 6 points on the board. You mentioned before it's a glorified friendly match going into this last one, but I think there's still a lot at stake for that momentum. But they've been dominant and on both sides of the ball, so it's been fun to watch, and hopefully it continues.
A glorified friendly is a luxury in more ways than one for the United States. Look, their star has been battling a lingering calf injury. Mm-hmm. So if you put yourself in Poach's shoes, what do you do with Christian Pulisic?
Luckily, he's paid a lot more than I am to make that kind of decision. But
sure.
No, I mean, it's I think one positive that's come out of the situation with Christian Pulisic is that Poch is building a team that is complemented now by Pulisic. Not dependent on him, and I think they've shown that in the second game as how well they were able to adjust to life without him at times, and sometimes that happens. I think he said he's 100% fit going into this game. That's up to obviously the head coach to make the decision of how long should he play, because you don't want to run that risk that we're seeing with other players that are on suspension watch as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how long he plays, how Poch navigates that, the time, whether he starts, whether he plays a half, whether he plays 60 minutes. We always want to find that balance without being reckless with it.
But the thing is, he doesn't need to play a whole lot, and a lot of guys don't need to play a whole lot. Probably better off that they don't. The guys with a yellow card possibly facing a suspension. If they get another yellow card, you got Adams, Balogun, Richards, Robinson, all guys already having a yellow card. Poach said, don't expect to see a whole lot of them tonight, if at all.
Yeah, I expect that the same. I mean, he mentioned that he's made it very clear that he's planning to stay in this tournament for the next 3 weeks. He's managing the next 4 games, not necessarily the next 90 minutes, and that's a luxury that the USA have afforded themselves by playing so well in the first couple of games. And it's probably the first time that they aren't reliant once again on Christian Pulisic to perform. They have that luxury of bringing him into the game at some point. But to your point, it also gives an opportunity for the ones that are on the bench that haven't necessarily seen that much minutes, because as we look towards the next couple of weeks or the next couple of games, you're going to need them as well. You're going to need players to come in and be fresh and have that kind of momentum. Every player will tell you that they need to have some kind of minutes under their belt before playing something super important, that they're ready for it and that they feel fresh.
I mean, look, the name of the game so far for Team USA has been depth. We saw it in the last match. We haven't seen Christian Pulisic in a match and a half. Didn't matter against Australia. The depth proved that they can get the job done. We're going to see even more guys play tonight, likely. I mean, we're probably not going to see those 4 guys, and if we do, it'll be severe limited minutes. Bosnia could be the next matchup for the United States, likely will be the next matchup. What do we know about Bosnia?
Small nation, but very extremely proud. I grew up playing most of my professional career in Switzerland, and there are a lot of big Bosnian contingency over there, so you know how passionate they are about their soccer, and it's, you know, there's no, as we've seen in this World Cup, which has partly, you know, been great to see these smaller nations. There are no real easy games anymore. Teams come prepared, they come structured, they come physically in the best shape possible. I think in years gone by that hasn't always been the case. So we're seeing this with a small nation like Bosnia. If they're structured well and they're set up accordingly, they can cause problems. And they've got one that perhaps Orlando City fans might be familiar with. There's Esmir Bayraktarevic, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Apologies if I did butcher that, but he was at the former New England Revolution play. He's only 21 years old, got a big transfer to PSV Eindhoven, so he's also one to watch out for. That is extremely dangerous in certain moments, but you know, I think if the way that US are playing, if they continue that momentum, then I think they can beat anyone.
Bosnia could be the next opponent in the knockout round. Right now the focus is Turkey. That's the matchup tonight, and we're just shy of 8 hours from the match this evening. Looking forward to it. Garrett, let's send it back to you.
All right, Jonah, thanks. Still to come, did you feel that? Because Seattle definitely did. We are breaking down how Alex Freeman literally caused an earthquake on the West Coast. Move over, Taylor Swift, because soccer fans just shook the earth. And from the biggest stages in Europe to the pitch right here in Central Florida, we're going to get a closer look at the French superstar who just made Orlando his new home, and when you can see him make his purple debut. We'll be right back. The road to gold continues now on Fox 35. Okay, we always knew soccer fans were passionate, but we didn't know they could rival the Eras Tour when it comes to tectonic activity. Alex Freeman left a permanent mark on the Richter scale after last week's match. Let's toss it over to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp. And Jonah, sounds like the U.S. men's national team gave Australia a bit of a cruel summer out in Seattle.
That's right. The love story continues for the U.S. men's national team. I know you're a Swiftie, Garrett. I know. Look, the Orlando City product, Alex Freeman, when he scored that second goal against Australia, a crowd of 67,000 people erupted in cheers and applause, jumping up and down. And the size of that eruption was a seismic eruption.
Seattle. Home of Starbucks and Pearl Jam, and whoa, did you feel that? Oh, thought that was an earthquake. It was just Alex Freeman scoring a goal against Australia in the World Cup, but it did register seismic activity.
I would say this is definitely, it's one of the 10 largest sports reactions we've occurred, and it's certainly the largest reaction we've seen for a soccer match so far.
That's what happens when 67,000 soccer fans jump and scream in unison.
And the building shakes in Seattle!
They literally shook Seattle Stadium.
What's really happening is the movement of the stadium as the fans shake it is sending seismic waves through the building and through the ground, and we're recording those with the same instruments we'd use for monitoring seismic activity.
Seismic stadium shakes are Seattle staples.
The reaction to that second goal in the U.S. men's national team game the other day against Australia was definitely one of, I think, the top 10 events we recorded since we started doing this, sort of back with the Beastquake in 2011.
I'm here so I won't get fined.
It was a little bit smaller than the Rashid Shaheed Speedquake in the playoffs this year. So, but it was, I think, equivalent to a previous Seahawks one that was, I think, the 7th largest one we've ever recorded from the stadium. So I'd say about 68% of the Beastquake.
Okay, so this Alex Freeman goal isn't quite the level of the Beastquake, but 7th all time? That's not bad for an event that doesn't come around too often.
We also did this for a Taylor Swift concert.
Do you know which Taylor Swift song yielded the highest results?
We did see a pretty nice signal for Shake It Off, appropriately.
Well, that makes sense. Shake It Off is a banger, and Swifties can be seismic. So soccer fans, the bar has been set. Consider this a blank space to give the rest of these teams a cruel summer beyond their wildest dreams. Look what you made me do.
In a World Cup knockout round goal victory, I wonder if we might see something that comes close to what the 12s did. We hope we'll see something even bigger than Alex Freeman's goal.
Maybe a little bad blood between the U.S. and Australia. All right, let's send it back to Garrett in studio. He's in his Fox 35 anchoring era. Right, Garrett?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Jonah. Coming up, he has won the World Cup, conquered Europe, and scored more than 200 goals. But starting next month, you might just run into French legend Antoine Griezmann at a local Central Florida Wawa. The countdown to his Orlando debut starts now. Stay tuned for that. And what happens when your old college roommate is suddenly a superstar, leading the U.S. on the world stage? We're catching up with Central Florida homegrown legend Graham Zusi to talk about old roommates and how far this current squad can realistically go.
Drone reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
It's not just the U.S. we are watching. It's going to be a little bit before we see some Orlando City stars come back to Orlando. Canada and Croatia are moving on to the round of 32. And Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp is back with us now. Hey, Jonah.
Hey, Garrett. Yeah, several Orlando City players are participating in this World Cup for different countries, and their journeys are continuing past the group stage.
I started to play when I was 8 years old. My older brother, he was 11 at the time, had a soccer practice, and I went by because I was the little brother watching his big bro playing, and I was always someone who wanted to move or just spend my energy. And when I played, I was like, yep, this is my game.
I remember the words of my father when I was about to quit football. I was not motivated anymore, because when you are 1 week before Champions League and you have a chance to play, and 1 week later you're out for 1 year, I spoke with my father. I don't want to quit, but I'm not motivated. And then my father have a scar here, a big scar. He had a surgery with the heart. He put up his shirt and told me like, who asked me if I'm motivated or not? I'm living for your dream, so you have to live for your dream. So we're gonna live together the dream and achieve everything.
All right, back here with Scott Sutter to talk about these guys, starting with Marko Pasalic of Croatia.
Yeah, I mean, what a player he is, and made an immediate impact when he came in and signed for Orlando City. I mean, that left foot strike of his is something special, and it's obviously earned him the right to represent his country in Croatia at this year's World Cup. And I think what's also special is that he plays a significant role there as well. You know, started the first game on the bench, did come on against England, but then did play that second game against Panama. Started in a must-win game for Croatia to keep their chances of progressing alive, and he was given the nod and had a great game. They won that game, so chances are that we might see him again in the starting lineup for the last game.
And that would be exciting. Croatia beating Panama 1-0. Panama is done. Croatia is not. Just like Canada. Canada's moving on. Your buddy Maxime Crepeau, who you know pretty well.
Yes, yeah, great guy, and I was a little bit conflicted with my interests in the game against Canada. I played for Switzerland back in my playing days, but I knew quite a lot of the starting lineup. Richie Larea, former Orlando City teammate of mine as well, representing Canada, and obviously Max Crepeau, like former teammate as well at Vancouver Whitecaps, lovely guy. So it's incredible to see him rise to that #1 spot for the Canadian national team. I know that was a bit up in the air with him and Dane St. Clair's, who's going to get that starting job, and he's done incredibly well. Made a huge save early on in the game against Switzerland. I think he probably thinks, you know, if he's honest with himself, would have done better in one of the goals against Switzerland, but he's still there and they're progressing. So it'll be an interesting game. What I think is against South Africa, I believe. So their hopes are very much still alive.
Look, it's not just current and former Orlando City guys repping the world stage. How about a future guy who has World Cup experience? Antoine Griezmann is about to suit up in Orlando City. Here he is.
À 7 ans déjà, j'avais un rêve. Porter le maillot de l'équipe de France. Peu de gens y croyaient. On me disait que j'étais trop petit, trop frêle. Mais moi, je n'ai jamais cessé d'y croire.
Antoine Griezmann, how about that? About to suit up in purple and gold. That's going to be awfully exciting. A big thing for Central Florida.
Huge, yeah. Great for the fans. Great for the league in general. Just having such a superstar join the league, and I've heard his touchdown, and he's getting ready to go and train and be ready to make something happen in the second half of the season, where Orlando City desperately needs someone to. So very exciting. I think my biggest takeaway from having someone like Griezmann with Orlando City is his availability. And a lot of people say in the soccer world that the best ability is availability, and he's played over 35 games in 17 consecutive seasons, even at his ripe age. Like he can show that he can still do it. He can maintain his fitness and that ability. So very, very excited to see him.
The guy's a World Cup champ, back-to-back World Cup finals for France. I mean, this guy, he's got the resume that a lot of soccer fans would dream of, and he's going to be coming to Central Florida. Couldn't be more excited. We're going to have more with Scott a little bit later on. Garrett, back to you.
All right, Jonah, thanks. Exciting times ahead. Still to come, he might have fallen in love with the Midwest, but Central Florida will always claim him as one of our own. When we return, 2014 World Cup hero and Longwood native Graham Zusi breaks down this 2026 squad, talks ball knowledge, and gives a reality check on the U.S. championship dreams. But first, the kids have a soccer lesson for us.
Flop is where a player dives from not a very hard push. It's not really a foul. He just dives down on the ground and yells in pain. Where a player dives to draw a foul when it's not necessarily a foul.
And you know that you push him gently and he falls on the ground, you know that he flopped.
Yeah.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with pitch Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Central Florida is used to welcoming visitors from all over the globe, but this World Cup has taken things to a whole new level. Fans are traveling thousands of miles to follow their teams, and while they may have come for the soccer, they are staying for the American experience. But we're getting to join in on some of their fun, including their celebrations like this one. This is one of our favorites, the Viking Row, taking the World Cup by storm and at the moment taking over New York. So this happened in New York, New Jersey Stadium on Monday during Norway's game against Senegal. Check that out, all in unison too. The fans performed their signature synchronized rowing chant. By the way, Norway won that game 3-2. Check out some of the things now that visitors say they're loving about America.
The World Cup faithful who have descended upon the good old USA this month are falling in love with everything Americana, from ranch dressing to Popeye's chicken. This British tourist went viral after dipping Popeyes into mashed potatoes and gravy. Visitors here in New York appear to have their favorites too.
Hamburgers, probably. The pancakes in the morning.
Oh, and what about the subway, our hotels, the weather?
That it's raining. I thought it was going to be summer.
Singapore has like really good public transportation, so it kind of felt a bit dangerous on like the ledge, but it was really good.
Here in New York, more big.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Everything's bigger in New York. And speaking of big, what do you think of our landmarks, our people?
Times Square, it's really beautiful here.
Of course, the buildings. We don't have these higher buildings in Norway. No way.
The people are so friendly, so open, so different kind of people, and they are together in peace.
Neat to get to see everyone experiencing all of this. And if you hadn't noticed, about halfway through each half right now, officials are stopping play for a 3-minute hydration break. FIFA says it's all about player safety in the summer heat, but fans have turned those 180 seconds into a sprint for snacks, drinks, and of course, plenty of beer. Some supporters call the stoppages a momentum killer, but others say they love having a chance to restock without missing a goal. So let's bring in Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp again. And Jonah, if you're watching live sports, how many runs are you making to concessions?
That's a good question. It really depends on the sport. I don't like to make too many runs, but I mean, I'm a big ice cream guy, so I need to make sure I have my ice cream. If I'm in the mood for food, I've been on a chicken tender kick lately. So chicken tenders and ice cream and water. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on TV right now. I'm a big water drinker. Look, not a lot of soccer players can say they rep the U.S. on the world stage. Central Florida has a guy who can say that, though. Graham Susie spent a decade and a half in the MLS. He also played for the United States in the 2014 World Cup. Always good to pick the soccer brain of Graham.
Central Florida claims Graham Susie as a homegrown soccer star, even if he's fallen in love with the central part of the country.
If the U.S. wins, where should they have the parade? Which city?
KC, baby. We're a city of champions. We know how to throw a parade.
Okay, I get it. He did play pro soccer there for a decade and a half. And while he was doing that, Graham suited up for the United States in the 2014 FIFA World Cup. That team advanced to the knockout stage, which is where this 2026 group is headed next.
Do you think there's a realistic scenario where we see them in the World Cup final?
On a given day, who knows? Anything can happen. And you win that game and you're in a Final Four situation. Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm skirting around your actual question, but to me it's a who knows situation and a little bit of a why not situation where on a given day, if everything goes their way, it is possible.
That was a very politician-like answer.
A bit.
The ball knowledge side of Graham says, hey, let's pump the brakes a bit. After all, there are plenty of powerhouses.
Can you put into words what we're witnessing with Messi?
His anticipation and decision-making about when to go and when to not, and understanding the moments that are going to give his team the best chance to score a goal, not just have a half chance, but a really, really strong chance on goal. It's wild to watch in person.
Messi might be an ageless wonder, but the talent runs deep for the United States.
I love Weston McKennie. He to me is kind of the glue that holds the whole group together. Tillman's been fantastic. I love me some Tim Ream. Just being an old guy myself. I mean, he was my national team roommate for a while.
Who was the better roommate between you and Tim?
You know, there was times where it wasn't every night, but Tim was a bit of a snorer, so that was unfortunate.
Who's messier, you or Tim?
Ooh, probably me.
Graham now gets to watch his former roommate make history on the world stage. He's cheering from Kansas City, alongside his newfound friends from across the globe.
A lot of people for good reason. Didn't know what to expect from Kansas City. Maybe never even heard of it. But the overwhelming consensus is that they're pleasantly surprised about what this city has to offer, the people who live here. Yeah, it's just been fantastic.
Good to catch up with Graham, joined now again by Scott Sutter. All right, so I asked Graham, and I'll ask you, can you put into words what we're witnessing with Messi?
No.
Cool.
Straight out, no. It's so difficult to describe. We just kind of need to sit back and enjoy it. I think everyone's running out of superlatives to describe his performance year in, year out, and to do it again, once again on the biggest stage when all the focus is once again on him and whether he still has what it takes to perform at that level, and then to come out the gate flying and score 3 goals is truly remarkable and kind of on par for Messi, just Messi doing Messi things.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. That guy's 38 years old. He has 5 goals. Argentina has 5 goals. He has all the goals for Argentina. He's carrying this team at 38 years old. Argentina's also playing very well as a team, but Messi has just been unbelievable. Not the only star producing on the world stage, Cristiano Ronaldo making his return to the World Cup as well.
Yeah, a lot of eyeballs on Cristiano as well. Started that first game, probably not how many people expected it. I think there was a lot of pressure for him going into that game. I saw a lot of memes on Instagram about following such a performance such as Messi scoring 3 goals, but he came back even stronger in that second game and managed to get 2 goals and win 5-0 carrying his team. So he's right back there where he belongs as well. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch going forward, and I believe that if it all works out, we could be seeing them in the quarter-final down the road if both of the teams follow top of the group. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's how it could shape up, and I think that's what everyone would like to see as well.
And wouldn't the ratings be something for that? Cristiano Ronaldo, by the way, has a lot of goals in the World Cup, has never scored past the group stage, though. So, look, if Portugal's going to make a run, maybe Ronaldo's going to have his moment in the sun past the group stage. One of the fun things, though, about watching Messi is also watching Mbappe for France. It's kind of like a Sammy Sosa, Mark Maguire thing, where you're just going back and forth. Messi extending his own now goals record, but Mbappe not far behind him.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a great World Cup to watch for reasons such as that. You get the big names performing, and that's what everyone wants to see. You want to see people doing great things, and Mbappe's right there in that same breath as Ronaldo and Messi. Obviously, he has many more years ahead of him to kind of prove that he can sustain it like those other two. But as far as records go, he's kind of exceeding those as well at his young age. So he's an incredible World Cup so far, not just this one, but the past 2. Scoring in the World Cup final, narrowly missing out, winning the World Cup final 2 World Cups ago. So he's really making a name for himself in this tournament, and great to see again. He's one of those players that's just fun to watch.
I mean, a lot of experts had France as their favorite to win the World Cup this year. Where do you stand on that? You like France?
I still do. I think at this point it's difficult to know how good the teams really are because of no one's really faced or had true competition. If you look at the FIFA rankings, I think maybe England versus Croatia was probably the 2 top, the highest rated opponents going up against each other. It'll be interesting to watch how France cope with Norway. Someone like Haaland, that's also having a great tournament. Are they going to be tested there? But to your point, I do think France are definitely still one of the favourites. I think they've got such a deep squad. They can rotate players in and out for fun and not drop a beat. So France is probably my number 1 at the moment.
Spain also, they've got a loaded group, and they have a really young guy, an 18-year-old who impresses in Lamine Yamal.
Yes, Yamal is kind of the name that's been on everyone's lips since the last Euros when he broke onto the scene in majestic fashion. Only 17 years old at the time, and he's become perhaps their most important player, their most threatening player. Started the first game on the bench, came on, didn't get the result that they wanted, only getting a draw. But in the second game he started, and once again it's these big players doing their thing on the bigger stage, and he's a special talent. Every time he gets the ball to his feet, you kind of see in the background people rise to their feet because they know something can happen, and usually something does with Lamine Yamal. So I'm glad that I no longer have to face a player such as him.
It's not the result in that first match that a lot of Spain fans wanted or expected. Nobody expected that draw against Cape Verde, but that was fun.
It was fun, yeah, and I think a lot of, good shout out to the goalkeeper as well, rising to social media stardom there well with his following, and it was a great game for him and for the country as well. It's been an excellent World Cup so far.
Look, every superstar has to start somewhere. Some start in Spain, some start in Portugal, some in Argentina, some here in Central Florida. Maybe the next superstar will come from Orlando. All right, plenty more to get to, and plenty more with Scott to get to. Right now, let's send it back to Garrett.
All right, Jonah, thanks. Coming up, if you want to sound like the smartest fan at your World Cup watch party tonight, and who doesn't, you won't want to miss this. Up next, we are tapping into some elite soccer ball knowledge, an expert revealing the X factors that will decide U.S. versus Turkey. That master class just ahead. And what's the best part of soccer? The kids have that answer.
What's the best part of soccer? Assists. Okay, is the best part of soccer scoring or an assist? What's your favorite part of soccer? Tell us what it is. Hold the mic. You got it. You got this.
My favorite part of soccer is assisting. Like, I get so many assists. Hey, I scored a hat trick.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Eight hours now until kickoff, a little less than that, coming up on 7, and the strategic chess match is already underway. So let's get back out to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, joining us live now from the Point Orlando. Hey, Jonah.
Hey, Garrett. Look, there's certainly a lot to break down when it comes to this U.S. men's national team. And there are smarter people than me to do that. So that's why I turned to former MLS star Kalen Carr to chat about what we're witnessing this World Cup.
how far could this team realistically go with a healthy Christian Pulisic?
I think a more realistic bar is one that a lot of people, including my colleague at MLS on Apple TV, Taylor Twellman, said as the quarterfinals. And I feel like that looked a little bit as like even that seemed like a lofty expectation. Now I think that looks potentially like a really confident place for us to finish. That means out of the group stage, one win, and then next thing you know, you're there. I think back to the history and I look at teams who have, nations that have hosted World Cups. 2002 and South Korea, to me, feels the best comparison of a host nation being able to ride maybe an unlikely run to a semifinal. And that's where I think anything can happen. So that would be incredible to reach that part of the tournament and that deep. But I think quarterfinal is still the realistic expectation at this point. And then anything after that would just be absolutely brilliant.
Would you be surprised if they didn't make it to the quarterfinal?
I would now. I have to say that, yeah. With the way that they have started this tournament, and I think that with the way it looks like it's lining up for them, maybe in the round of 32 even. It depends on the results on Wednesday, but I think the most likely alternative would be on July 1st in the San Francisco Bay Area, potentially against Bosnia and Herzegovina or Qatar. And I think both of those matchups, you would say the U.S., especially with a home crowd behind them and, a team that's been able to kind of make some choices in the last match where these teams are really having to give everything just to get to the round of 32. Winning first place in your group is fantastic, and that gives you a better matchup for that round of 32. So yeah, I would say at this point, quarterfinals is a realistic expectation, and that's what I love about this tournament already, is that the expectations are shifting already with the U.S. men's national team, and that's not something you've been able to say in the past.
Is this the greatest U.S. men's national team you've ever seen?
Ooh, now you're going into some of the nostalgia. I remember waking up as a kid and watching that 2002 World Cup team that should have made a semifinal. There was a handball that was not called, no video review from Germany that actually Greg Berhalter got his head to, or I think he got a foot to it. I can't remember. He got something on it. And Torsten Frings had a handball off the line. And that team was like a young Landon Donovan, a young DeMarcus Beasley breaking through. So we've had some good teams in the past, but I do have to say, if this team is able to get to a quarterfinal, they are fully in that conversation, if not ahead of it. And I think with the magnitude of the home World Cup and what it will mean for this country, they have a chance to do something much bigger and much more impactful long-term for soccer in this country than any other previous iteration of the men's national team. And that's something to get excited about.
All right, so let me rephrase the question. If the 2026 U.S. men's national team faced off against the 2002 U.S. men's national team, who wins?
I'm going to say this current team. Yeah, I'm going to say this current team right now. I think with some of I think athletically, both teams are right there. I think there was a toughness that you would say would maybe give the edge to the 2002 team. I remember some of the images of that World Cup and the way this team had to kind of fight and grit. And I think this team has proven it has it now in 2026. And that was maybe the one question mark coming into the tournament of, are they together and do they have that kind of X factor of, hey, we're going to scrap our way through this. But I think there is a way with the ball that we've seen this group have that the 2002 team had, but maybe a little bit different with the one-on-one ability and some of that creative flair. And I think that we have some quality players in this 2026 side that all across the board, I think even playing out of the back in different positions, I think is a bit of an X factor. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be an interesting matchup.
Can the United States win the World Cup, yes or no?
Oh, I don't want to be the guy to say no, but only 8 teams have ever won the World Cup ever. And to think that we're going to just have a streak run of it would be one where, man, that would be beyond my expectations, beyond my dreams. I wanted to see, and I've kind of mused laughingly leading up to this of like, do you think it will happen in my lifetime? Is that possible? I think that's more plausible now in just my mindscape. And I think that alone is such an amazing shift.
If the United States wins a World Cup, are you going to the parade?
Am I going to the parade? If the United States win the World Cup, I don't even know how I would continue just going through. I live here in New York City, so the Knicks release, I haven't been able to kind of digest what's been happening around me and people climbing on top of light poles and lampposts. But if the U.S. win it, it will be like that, but in every city, which is something that I can't even conceptualize, but it would be amazing to see. And absolutely, I would be swinging from whatever lamp pole or on top of whatever skies, just celebrating, having a blast. And I think the world might also be mourning the idea that the U.S. are now the champions of the world, which they've had to swallow for a while with the U.S. women's national team. But it would be pretty amazing to flip that on its head and to have the men's program do that. And so I'm going to keep that dream alive, Jonah. You're giving me some inspiration, and if it does happen, we will meet up for a couple beers to celebrate.
Sounds good to me.
All right, well, sounds like a date. Well, the U.S. men's national team certainly on their way to being the greatest U.S. team we've ever seen. They may have a case already. They'll certainly have a case if they make it much farther. All right, plenty more to get to. We still need to talk a lot about tonight's match against Turkey. So we're going to cover that and more a little bit later. Garrett, let's send it back to you.
All right, Jonah, thanks. Yeah, coming up, we know the hype, but what's the actual blueprint for a massive American victory tonight? When we come right back, we're going to break down the key matchups, the hidden strategies, exactly what you need to know before tonight's 10 p.m. kickoff. Give you a live look right now at Los Angeles Stadium ahead of tonight's game. We'll be right back. The road to gold continues tonight for Team USA. The U.S. men's national team going to be kicking off tonight around 10 o'clock against Turkey right here on Fox 35. In the meantime, let's kick it out to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp for one final analysis of that game. Jonah?
Yep, back here with Scott Sutter to break down this match against Turkey. Okay, what's the recipe for success for the United States tonight?
I mean, I think they just need to keep trying to do what they're doing. And I think that is set because of the way Pochettino's setting up the team, or likely going to set up the team with rotating a few of the guys out and giving those fresh legs, because Turkey, they're not going to lay down and go out of this tournament, on a low like that. They're such a proud nation, especially a proud soccer nation, so they're going to want to fight for those 3 points. So if you were to perhaps play those 4 players that are, on yellow card suspension watch, then maybe you're pulling out of the challenge here and there. You're not trying to win the game necessarily, but the ones that are coming into the team, they're going to want to show it, and they're going to want to prove something to Pochettino and to the nation. So I think this is an opportunity for them to really kind of stamp their authority and continue that momentum as they go forward, because in a tournament like this, momentum is huge. If we don't see Adams and company, the company being the yellow-carded players, who do you expect to get big minutes tonight? I think Gio Reyna is the one to watch, to be honest. I think everything that he had in the past with his history with the US men's national team, he hasn't necessarily played many minutes since last season at all. I think his last game he played over 45 minutes for club was in December, so he's not yet where the team probably had to need him, but it's now a luxury to bring him, and we saw in the first game how well and effective he can be coming off the bench, making something happen. He's a special player, and given the coach that believes in him, that kind of accelerates that and brings it out, and I hope that he gets the opportunity again to show what he could do for this team and be a threat, because they're going to need him going forward. How cool has it been to watch Alex Freeman at this level? It's been special. It really has. I mean, just seeing from where he came from and covering him with the Orlando City games and seeing that rise, and such a quick rise as well, it's been brilliant. I mean, golden assist in this World Cup is his first World Cup, and Pochettino said it himself, he's got the ability to be one of the best players in his position in the world, so he's on that right path. All right, Scott, give me your prediction against Turkey. What do you got? 2-0 clean sheet for the US, 9 points going into the next round, and full of momentum and confidence. 2-0 US over Turkey. I'm going to go 3-0. How about that? Just to one-up Scott. This was awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jonah. US-Turkey tonight, 10 p.m. out in Los Angeles. You can catch it right here on Fox 35. Let's send it right back to Garrett Weimer in the Fox 35 studio. Buddy, take it away. All right, Jonah, thank you. And thank you for joining us for the Road to Gold. FIFA World Cup coverage continues right here on Fox 35 in just a couple of minutes. But if you are looking for news, you can find that right now on the Fox Local app, and then coming up at 5 o'clock on Fox 35 Plus. As we wrap up here, give you a live look at Los Angeles Stadium. Fox is your World Cup headquarters. 10 o'clock tonight, U.S. men's national team takes on Turkey from L.A. Let's go, USA.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Do you remember former presidents like Bill Clinton, like George Bush? They recognized something about humanity. They recognized what is supposed to be the role of the United States. Remember after the earthquake in 2010? Those were United States presidents who did their job. You know, I think about yesterday's catastrophic earthquake in Venezuela, and our hearts go out to our Venezuelan community. Those right now who are digging out of the rubble, who are praying to find their loved ones and survivors. And my thoughts are with members of our Venezuelan community here in Massachusetts who are so desperately worried about their loved ones at home. And it makes the fact that our current President of the United States thinks it's okay to send members of our communities back to these countries makes it all the more outrageous and sickening. Our immigrant neighbors deserve so much better than this, and I know our country, Americans, are better than this. While we can't control the federal administration, we can control how Massachusetts shows up. Massachusetts will not turn our back on families who've built their lives here in our great state. My administration is working closely to review the full implications of this decision and will continue to work with Attorney General Campbell, Mayor Wu, community organizations, employers, and state agencies. We're going to protect these families and support these families in any way that we can. So a couple things I want people to know. Together with Attorney General Campbell, we have set up a resource page that families can visit at mass.gov/immigrant resources. It has information on how families can access community support, legal assistance, and other resources. Last year, we funded and set up the Massachusetts Access to Counsel Initiative in partnership with MIRA, the Massachusetts Immigrant and Refugee Advocacy Coalition. If you are a TPS holder in need of assistance and representation, please go to that website. Go to that website. You will find information about your rights and legal resources to assist you. Donald Trump and his Supreme Court may have ripped away hope and created massive fear, uncertainty, and dislocation. In Massachusetts, we're going to make sure that we defend people's access to justice and to due process in this country. So please consult those legal resources. Talk to a lawyer about other resources that may be available as well. I also have a message for employers. As I said, this impacts so many employers across our state. My office will be issuing guidance later today for employers. We're also partnering with the United Way to raise funds for impacted families to ensure that they can access basic needs for things such as housing, food, health care, and child care. Please visit unitedwaymassbay.org/federal response to make a donation. I'm really glad to have Marty Martinez from the United Way here today with us, and if people are looking for something that they can do to help in this moment, please donate to the United Way. 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I was right here with many of you. Do you remember? We celebrated the Haitian national team, the Haitian Football Federation, right here. We had our homegrown talent, Francie Perot, right? Remember Francie? You know, grew up in Melrose, played at Northeastern, and now has gone on to lead his Haitian national team. And we came together, we were celebrating that team, we were celebrating the World Cup. It was such a joyous moment there, that day, in the State House. When Francie spoke, he talked about the difficult obstacles that the Haitian team had faced on their journey to the World Cup, to overcome and to make the World Cup for the first time in 52 years. Remember what he said 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago? He said that team, the team that he's on, that we all cheered for and saw compete this past week, things are so dangerous there, they couldn't even train in their home country. They could not even train in their home country. And yet our President and Supreme Court think it's okay to take away legal protection for legal immigrants living and working in the United States of America. I'm struck that day, and I'm struck now thinking about the community, the entire community that joined us to celebrate Haitian culture and to share in their pride. And the team played with such joy and with such heart. When we rooted for Haiti, we were rooting for our Haitian neighbors and our friends. This all just shows once again how cruel this Trump administration has been to so many. So I want folks to know, in Massachusetts, we see you. We care about our Haitian and Syrian and Venezuelan and Central American communities, among others. We care about immigrants who've had their legal status ripped away by Donald Trump. We stand with you, and we're going to do everything that we can to support you and your families. And we're going to do everything we can to support those who work with and rely on all of those individuals. This is not a good day in the United States of America. But I'm proud of Massachusetts. I'm proud of the way we rally. I'm proud of the way we come together. And I'm proud that this has been a place where for hundreds of years we've recognized the importance of immigration and what immigrants bring to our communities, to our quality of life, and to who we are, not just as Bay Staters, but as Americans. And now I'd like to turn it over to our Attorney General, Andrea Campbell.
You also acknowledge SEIU is in the House, too. Thank you. Oh, we're acknowledging SEIU is also here, so thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you to this entire coalition that's behind me, and many who were unable to attend given the decision and, of course, the results that none of us wanted, so I'm grateful. I also just have to sort of take a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. I am deeply disappointed and devastated by today's Supreme Court decision. This ruling allows the Trump administration to cancel temporary protective status for Haitians and Syrians. This decision impacts people who have built their lives here, not just in Massachusetts, but across this country, under a lawful program, and people who cannot safely return to home due to war, instability, and other circumstances. My office has always and will always value the contributions of our immigrant communities and those who choose to work and live in the greatest country in the nation that is Massachusetts. We see you. We value you, not merely for your cultural contributions, but for your economic contributions to the great Commonwealth, and also for your humanity. Massachusetts would not be the best state in the country without our immigrants, period, including our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters, and every other immigrant community who are here. And let's also be clear that our Haitian population in particular is the third largest in the country. This decision has real consequences in Massachusetts, where there are an estimated 45,000 people living with Haitian TPS, and also an estimated 350,000 Haitian TPS holders across the country, and 6,100, and these are just estimates, of Syrian TPS holders across the country. We would actually have more detail with respect to these numbers if we had a federal partner willing to share the data so we could share with all of you just what's at stake. In Massachusetts, we also know that we have 1,500 Haitian TPS holders working in nursing care facilities, a space where staffing shortages were already our major concern. concern. I want to assure TPS holders and their families that this decision today does not go into effect today. You remain protected today. The termination of TPS is expected to go into effect once the Supreme Court formally issues its judgment, which could happen in a matter of days or weeks, and we will continue to over-communicate with respect to that decision. Usually it's 32 days, but it can be more or less. We are also looking to the Department of Homeland Security for more information about their implementation timeline, which still remains unknown, sadly. This is still, however, a devastating outcome, none that any of us wanted. The case will be brought back to the district court, but the court won't be able to hear claims brought under the Administrative Procedure Act. And the court has said that the plaintiffs are unlikely to prevail on constitutional claims. In any case, the decision will still go back to the lower courts, where it's frankly stacked against them to make a decision where we would want a different outcome based on the decision by our Supreme Court. And it could take the lower court weeks or even months. And what's worse about this TPS decision is that there will be no protections for TPS holders in the meantime. The court, at a minimum, and what would have been humane and reasonable, have allowed folks to remain here with their TPS status while the lower courts worked it out, but they chose not to do that, sadly and unfortunately. Every single person in Massachusetts, every employer in Massachusetts, every healthcare provider, every institution, every single person and institution that is a part of the great Massachusetts ecosystem should absolutely be concerned by this decision in the immigration policies of this administration. If you have stood on the sidelines, you've stood on the sidelines for far too long. It is now time for you to step up and to join all of us in exercising leadership, in courage, in protecting the people we say we love dearly, and protecting the immigrant communities that so beautifully contribute to Massachusetts and this country. And we shouldn't just stand up for moral reasons. We should stand up for economic reasons, and we should stand up for the unrealized long-term consequences that this decision will have on Massachusetts, and frankly, this decision will have on our ability to remain the best state in the country to live and work. I also want to add some additional color and context. We've seen this playbook before. After the Civil War, to counter the Reconstruction efforts in this country, to make this country indeed more equitable, more fair, to live up to the ideals we say we all care about. The Supreme Court decided a number of cases then that undermined our progress. This is no different. You have a Supreme Court that has disregarded clear racial animus and hatred that contributed to expelling hundreds of thousands of immigrants to dangerous countries back then. They not only sought to undermine Reconstruction efforts, they sought to exclude Japanese folks, Chinese folks, Asian folks. They did everything in their power to ensure that this country would go backwards and will remain a country for a select few, and also to determine that who gets to decide, who gets to live in this great country and take advantage of its rights and its privileges would also be determined by a select few. This is where we are today in this country. It echoes that history, and let's not forget it. So if we truly are going to be the country in the Massachusetts that says we value everyone in their humanity, in their contributions, in their civil rights, in our Constitution, in this 250-year anniversary, then get off the sideline, folks. Do something. And what can you do, you ask? I'm glad you asked. It's not just in Massachusetts. Every state in this country, all those stakeholders that I mentioned, our nonprofit community, our business community, our large conglomerate corporations, our clergy community, our church community, our mosque community, every faith tradition in this country, every single organization that you can think of should be calling the Department of Homeland Security and saying TPS must remain. Number two, should be calling Congress and saying TPS must remain, and should be mobilizing and organizing, not just for our Haitian brothers and sisters, not just for our Syrian brothers and sisters, but for every immigrant community that is now under threat because of this horrific Supreme Court decision. We are not powerless. If anything, we should be saying we're just getting started. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Attorney General, for your leadership, for your determination, and most of all, always for your call for us to stand up and act. We all knew this day was coming. It doesn't make it easier. It doesn't take away the depravity, the harm, the fear in our communities. We didn't know exactly when, but when I got the news today, when I saw that headline come out, I did what we've already been doing as a community for years, and certainly for the last several months as we've been preparing for this moment. I did what already felt familiar and immediately got on the phone with folks who are standing here. Called Councillor Louis-Jean, who had already been in touch with the community, called the governor, who had already been in touch with the AG's office and the state, called Dr. Gabot, who had already mobilized the entire legal services community and our community activism and organizational partners, and made a plan to get together once again. Over the last couple weeks, we have felt such joy in Boston. We've seen the rest of the world reveling in what our city has to offer, that there is still a refuge and a home in this country despite the rhetoric coming out of DC. There are communities who are relentlessly fighting to welcome every member of our society, every family, every culture, every generation, and the opportunities that we have to build those connections, to celebrate our differences, to highlight the pride and the joy that we feel in our own cultures and our own heritages and our own identities that transcend language, geography, generation. We felt that, and we've been holding on to that. Boston is the antidote to what's happening at the federal level. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has been standing strong for a very long time against the attacks that have been coming at us from every direction. And so we have been preparing. And in between all of the many, many meetings about logistics and safety and transportation for the World Cup, we had just as many meetings about logistics and safety and protections for our Haitian community members and for our immigrant community members. We've celebrated the joy and cultural pride and contributions of our community in the same breaths as we've been preparing for the worst. And so we stand here today grieving, still feeling that sense of shock, but having done everything that we could possibly do to date to be as ready as possible to face what we are about to face. This is no moment to sugarcoat anything. We have a community of neighbors, of family members, of a workforce that holds up our entire city and country's economy. And today, Donald Trump's enablers on the Supreme Court handed down a decision that disregards established law, basic human dignity, and fundamental American values. Many of
reporting the roll and pitch program with Put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fighting for accurate information to be out in our community, for access to trusted legal supports to be available to every single person who needs it, and resources to ensure we're reaching everyone to understand their rights. This decision does not itself cancel your work permit. If you are authorized to work, you stay authorized. Again, looking to the Attorney General and her team for the up-to-date guidance on when the legal parameters may change. And if you need legal assistance, please seek help only from qualified immigration attorneys and federally accredited representatives. I want to reiterate the thanks and note to our employers too, that you have tremendous influence in this moment, and we are counting on every member of our community, residents, organizations, activists, government partners, and our business community to take part in the efforts that are needed to ensure we are doing everything possible for our community. Employment decisions should always be based on the employee's current documents, and we're going to ensure, again, continue connecting people to resources, and there will be resources available for our employers also to access and to understand all of the various details so as not to take preemptive action. And many of our Haitian and Syrian and immigrant neighbors are authorized to work through other immigration pathways, including pending asylum applications and other ways. So understanding individual situations is incredibly important as well. You'll hear a little bit more about the work that our partners are doing, but again, I just want to lift up how much has already happened. Training for legal observers, provisions for food supports, and connections to neighbors, knowing neighbors across every community. We are going to see that kick into high gear right now, and I want to thank those who are working to ensure we have the resources available to continue funding those efforts. Marty Martinez and the team at United Way have been incredible partners, stepping in emergency after emergency to partner with the city and the state, and I know they will be running the statewide efforts to ensure resources are getting to the right places. Lee Pelton and the Boston Foundation, with a particular focus on the city of Boston. Again, we already have a fund that has been stood up to receive contributions from community members and other organizations who want to directly get resources and supports out to our community members in the city of Boston as well. So we will keep those funds going as we launched that support fund earlier this year. More than $2.6 million was mobilized since March, and that has directly strengthened the infrastructure to be able to prepare us for this moment. And now we need to call for more resources. So if you're interested in pitching in, please head to the Boston Foundation's website to get involved there, and you can make a contribution that will get directly to these community organizations and to our residents who need help right now. The City of Boston is a home for everyone. Boston, c'est la caillou. We will never back down from protecting all of our neighbors. Ensemble, nous pifons. And I just want to pass the microphone over now to someone who has been an incredible leader, not only for the entire city of Boston in her role as an at-large city councilor and city council president, but a national and global leader in this moment when we have needed leadership. Thank you so much for all that you've been doing, for your vision, your determination, and your guidance, pushing us to act in every way possible. City Councilor Ruthzi Lijen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Attorney General. This is a sad day. This is a dangerous opinion. I mourn alongside our Haitian TPS holders, our Syrian TPS holders, and the impact that this will have on people from 15 other countries who have TPS. We have a State Department that has issued a travel for do not travel warning to Haiti, and yet they think it is safe or okay to detain and deport 350,000 Haitians who have been here, many of whom since the devastating earthquake in 2010. Make it make sense, because it does not. We have a Supreme Court that has abdicated its responsibility to do the work of judicial review of an administrative decision, and are just deferring to whatever this administration wants to do. Whether we are talking about temporary protected status, whether we are talking about voting rights, whether we are talking about environmental protections, this Supreme Court has been doing this president's bidding, and it is a bidding that is rooted in xenophobia and racism. Today is a sad day. Today is a dangerous day for people who have, many of our Haitian TPS holders have been in this country so long, they have children who are American citizens. We are tearing families apart with this decision. We are tearing apart our workplaces, our economies. If you have ever had someone, please raise your hand.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program with Apollo 11 on a proper heading.